Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Amity. I sigh, long and slow as I stare into the mirror. My long brown curls are not doing what I need them to do today, but I'm already running late. Good enough, I murmur. The last thing I need is to be stuck on assistant duty for even longer, just for not showing up on time. I back up so that I can see my entire outfit in the mirror and smooth out my purple blouse. It pairs well with my dark gray slacks, but it's far from what I'd call stylish. I've been promising myself for months now that when I get a raise, I'll buy new work clothes, better ones. If only that day would come sometime soon. Grabbing the stick of lip gloss off of the counter, I swipe it across my lips before rushing out of the bathroom. My eyes skim the apartment for my purse, but after a couple of minutes, I still can't find it. Where are you? I wonder out loud. Oh, there you are. I spot it on top of some of my old sketchbooks and grab it, digging through it to find my keys before heading out the door. I practically run outside and downstairs to my car. The ride to work is uneventful, and thankfully, I arrive 5 minutes early. As soon as I walk inside, the stuffy air hits me right in the face. Good morning, Amity, one of the senior designers says, nodding at me as she walks by. Good morning, Tricia. Oh, hey, there's a meeting in a half hour in conference room 1. Would you mind setting the room up with some coffee for us? I know a couple of the designers aren't going to have time to grab some beforehand. No problem. Thank you. I continue walking to my desk, keeping the fake smile on my face the entire way there. But as soon as I sit down, the sight of my sketches littering the desk causes my smile to fade. I reach out and touch one of them, my fingers ghosting over the paper. I had been playing around with ideas for a luxurious European-style villa, and this one turned out really well. As I set my purse in one of my desk drawers, my eyes stay focused on the sketch. In my mind, I can see the villa perfectly. Its tall columns and multiple balconies. The outside looks magnificent, but it's the inside that really makes it unique. Amity, would you mind making some copies for the senior design meeting? I look up, all thoughts of the European villa evaporating. Sorry, Oscar, what did you say? I need some copies printed for the meeting in conference room 1. Can you do that and then put one in front of each chair around the table in there? Oh, of course, no problem. Great, I'll email you the files. Thank you. I shoot him a smile, just as fake as the one I wear for Tricia. With one glance back down at my sketch, I boot up my computer. An email from Oscar pops up as soon as I'm logged in. I click on it, reviewing the files before sending them to the printer. I stand up and glance around the room. It's a Monday, so the office is fuller than most days. Most people are either chatting in small groups or at their desks, already getting started for the day. I like being surrounded by so many people who take the job seriously, but it makes me sad that I'm not really considered as one of them. To them, I'm just the girl who gets their drinks, the girl who makes their copies, the girl who sets up meetings or orders them lunch. It's not exactly what I signed up for when I took this job. At least, it wasn't what I thought I was signing up for. I nod at Penny, who meets my eye from across the room. She gives me a small wave before returning to her conversation. Making my way across the office, I walk into the printing room, where my copies are already sitting, waiting for me. I grab them and head back out, walking down the hall to conference room 1. It's the biggest conference room here, reserved for the most important meetings that I'm never invited to or even considered for. Once I've distributed the copies, one in front of each chair, I head to the break room. I fill up coffee cup after coffee cup before grabbing some cream and sugar. The meeting isn't for another 10 minutes, but people usually start arriving pretty early. Once the room is prepped, I head back to my desk. But as people file into the conference room, I can't help but watch them. I would give anything to sit in that room with them, even just to learn. The door shuts with a loud click. It feels like a slap in the face. When I look back down at my desk, the sketches only emphasize how I'm feeling inside. This job means everything to me, but I'm not even getting to actually do that job. I shake my head, shoving the papers aside so I can get back to work. Luckily, the rest of the day passes quickly at least. I don't have much time to ruminate on my stagnant career. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. You too, Pam. See ya, I say as I walk out the door. Since this morning, the day has turned into a soggy mess. It's pouring outside, and I have to hold my purse over my head so my curls don't get wet. It feels kind of fitting. The thunder mimics how I'm feeling inside. As I drive back home, I feel like I just lived a day in the life as a robot. I do nothing but menial tasks. I do nothing real. Not 1 ounce of creativity gets to leave my mind. The closest I get to designing anything is when I add cream to my coffee, watching the white and brown colors swirling together. I turn the music in the car up loud to drown out my thoughts, and the drive goes by in a blur. I barely even remember getting out and walking upstairs to my apartment. But when I see my landlady standing in front of my door, I snap out of my fog. "Linda, what are you doing here?" Linda turns around, her face stern. She holds up a piece of paper. "I was just about to tape this notice to your door, but this is even better. Your rent is late again, honey. This can't keep happening." My heart thuds against my chest. I can't lose this apartment. I might never find another one in my price range. I'm sorry. Look, I get paid soon. Can you please just give me some more time? Linda shakes her head. You signed the same lease as everyone else. No one else in the building is late, and if they are, they pay the fines. I can't be giving anyone special treatment. The frantic feeling inside me rises. This day really could not get any worse. Please. I'm not trying to scam you or anything. I've just been having a hard time recently, and I'm trying to get on top of my finances. Please, just give me more time. If you can't pay it today right now, then you're subject to the fines. It's in your lease. I swallow, trying hard not to cry. I can't pay any fines, and I can't pay it today. But I promise you that I will pay my rent. I will do anything if you would just let this pass this one time. I'll clean the hallways, the walls, the carpet, whatever you want. Linda stares at me. After a moment, she sighs and shakes her head. I don't need you to clean anything. I already have a maintenance staff. She looks around the hall as if she's trying to think of a solution. Finally, she looks back at me. The slightest hint of sympathy sparks in her eyes, making me feel even more pathetic. Fine, just this once. I will give you an extension, but this can never happen again, okay? If you're late next month, then you will either have to pay the fines or you will be evicted. Do you understand? Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Linda. And I'm sorry for this. It won't happen again. She just breezes past me, mumbling to herself as she walks down the hall to the elevator. I unlock my door as quickly as I can. As soon as I'm in the comfort of my own apartment, the tears burst out of me. I walk to the couch in my living room and sink into the soft cushions. This is not how my life was supposed to be. I thought I'd set reasonable expectations for myself, but I can't even reach those. After a few minutes of crying, I wipe my face dry, attempting to pull myself together. As I reach for the box of tissues on my coffee table, my eyes fall on the sketchbook sitting there. I grab a tissue as well as the book. When I flip it open to the first page, I can't help but smile at what looks back at me. The biggest building I've ever sketched. A skyscraper in Chicago. I was so proud of this when I finished it. Part of me feels sad because I know that it'll stay on this page forever. But the longer I stare at it, the more I start to think, maybe it doesn't have to. Maybe I'm giving up too easily, letting myself slip into a depression when really, what I should be doing is trying even harder, putting everything I have into this career. As a Black woman, I've known my whole life I might have to work harder than anyone else to be taken seriously, but that doesn't mean I can't do it. I wipe the remaining tears off of my face and pick up the pencil that was lying next to my sketchbook. I flip to the next blank page and stare at it, letting my mind slip into the creative headspace that I love so much.
Chapter 2. Brian. After one last sip of my coffee, I set the mug down on my desk and stride out, heading right for conference room 1. Before walking in, I clear my throat and square my shoulders, one hand going to the back of my head to the hair that's tied back. "Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here," I say as I shut the door behind me. The board members all answer back politely, smiles on some of their faces. I'm familiar with a few of you, but I know some of you are new, so let me just introduce myself. I'm Brian Peterson, and I founded Resignation with a group of friends as well as Haynes, whom you all know, I state, gesturing to the CEO. Haynes nods at me, a wide grin on his face. Haynes and I decided to expand our portfolio next to Watersville, a town 2 counties over. There's great opportunity there, but I'll also be honest and admit that it is where I grew up. I knew from the very start that I wanted to bring this business here eventually, because I care very much for this town. I believe that with our design team and our amazing architects, we can make Watersville 10 times better than it already is. So without further ado, I will show you all my plans. I glance at Haynes, who nods and clicks a button on the remote he's holding. The board next to me lights up with the first image. The Watersville Outdoor Mall. This picture is from nearly 20 years ago. There hasn't been a mall or anything close to one in many, many years, since the last one was shut down after it became a ghost town. This outdoor mall will offer people the chance to enjoy a nice sunny day as they walk around and shop, grab a bite to eat, or visit the small movie theater that will be attached. As I talk, Haynes clicks through, showing them everything as I talk about it. When I look back at the table, one of the older male board members raises his hand. "Yes, go ahead." I nod at him. "What makes you think a mall will be profitable if the last one failed so miserably?" "That's a great question. See, the difference between this mall and the old one is that it will be perfectly designed to make sure every single person in Watersville can find something for them there." I look back at the board, which Haynes clicks through to show the image that lays out the entire plan. We'll have a bookstore, a gym, and clothing stores to suit everyone's needs, an arcade, multiple different cuisines for them to choose from when they want something to eat. There will be entertainment as well as things to shop for. Seniors can find things to do and enjoy here, as well as small kids and teenagers. And the greatest thing about it is that we have separated the area that we think seniors will be more attracted to so that they don't have to be bothered with screaming children while they visit. I continue laying everything out for them, answering questions here and there. By the end of the presentation, everyone in the room seems to think it's a great idea. Not one single person seems opposed. To wrap this up, I just want to say that Watersville has extreme potential. There are so many possibilities here, and not just for a mall. I have many ideas I'd love to share with you in the future, and I think you will all find one to love. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate your time. As the meeting adjourns, I shake hands with each and every board member as they walk out of the room. Finally, Haynes and I are the only 2 left in here. "Man, you did an incredible job. I've never seen a table of board members so excited," he says, shaking my hand. I grasp it tightly before letting go. "I agree. They seem to really like it. I follow him to his office, where I take a seat across from him. So, are you finally feeling ready for the move, then? We've been planning this for months, but I thought you'd never bite the bullet. I laugh. Hey, I had some concerns at first, but I'm getting there. It's weird to think about going back somewhere where you grew up but haven't been for 10 years. And it seemed like a lot to ask of Miranda, but I think we're ready now. How are you and Miranda? Good, I can't complain. He lifts a brow at me. You don't seem too sure about that. Another laugh escapes me. No, we're good. He doesn't seem like he believes me, but he changes the subject. So the mall is amazing. I love everything about it. But let's talk about what else we could do. I want us to be prepared if for some reason the board rejects this proposal, or if they want some other options. I nod. Good idea. I've got a couple of things in the works. Hold on, let me go grab something. I walk across the hall to my office and return with some plans I drew up. There's an empty field that would be perfect for a park, but I don't want to make it just any park. I took a bit of inspiration from Central Park, actually. I want this to be a staple here, a place that people from neighboring towns all come to visit. And the best part about it is that it'd be directly across the street from where the mall would be. Who doesn't want to enjoy a nice day at the park before walking across the street for dinner and a movie or to do some shopping? Exactly my thoughts. Oh, wow, this is really amazing. I love it, especially the separate area for dogs and on the opposite end for kids. I'm thinking some stables right here. People can ride horses through this trail over here, I say, pointing. Haynes nods, a smile forming on his face. He looks up at me. This is good, really good. Agreed. All right, man, I think this calls for celebration. What do you say we stop at the bar before heading home? I'm in. Let me just pack up this stuff and then we can go. A half hour later, Haynes and I take a seat at the bar. It's packed in here for a Monday, I comment, looking around. We started doing margarita Mondays, the bartender explains, placing a napkin in front of me. The second one's free. What can I get for you? I think I'll skip the marg and go for your finest glass of bourbon. One for both of us, I tell her. She disappears in the blink of an eye. Hey, what if I wanted a margarita? He jokes. I shoot him a look. What are you, a 19-year-old girl? We chuckle as the bartender comes back, setting a glass down on the napkins in front of us. Cheers, man, Haynes says, clinking his glass to mine. Cheers to bringing Watersville back to life. Damn yeah! This is going to be really good for the company, I can feel it. Haynes takes a sip from his bourbon before answering. I'm just pissed we waited so long to do it. Yeah, but hey, maybe there's a reason for that. I think now is the perfect time for it. That town needs something new and exciting. Watersville has been begging for something like this for years now. Just think. We could change the face of the town, he says. Absolutely, I say, but my voice trails off at the end as I stare across the bar. Miranda just walked in, which is strange. She said she'd be staying in tonight. I wave, but she doesn't see me. Instead, she sits at a table and starts talking animatedly with a dark-haired man. I watch incredulously as he puts his arm around her and she throws her head back, laughing. My grip tightens on my glass. I can't look away. I just keep staring at the person I was on the verge of proposing to. The person I thought I was going to share my life with. Clearly, she does not share the same vision. Clearly, everything between us has been a lie. Hey, you want another shot? Bartender's coming back. I finally tear my eyes off of my girlfriend to look at Haynes. Yeah, sure, I mutter. I do my best to talk with him and maintain the same amount of energy, but it's impossible not to let this affect my mood. Never in a million years would I have expected Miranda to cheat on me. And it looks like this has been going on for a while. The next time I glance at them, they're holding hands. She stares at him with the same adoring expression that she usually gives to me. My lip curls in disgust at the fact that I share a bed with this person. At the fact that I ever trusted her. I throw back my shot the minute it's put down in front of me, letting my anger turn into fuel with the bourbon.
Chapter 3. Amity. "You did a good job today, Amity," Pam says as she walks by me. "Oh, thanks," I mutter. I watch her walk down the hall before turning back to my computer. Today was exactly the same as every other day. It turns out that deciding to try harder doesn't actually do anything if the people around you refuse to take you seriously. I still have no idea how to get my coworkers to view me as a designer and not their assistant. A big part of me thinks that maybe I just haven't paid my dues yet. Maybe this is just what everyone goes through, and soon I'll get to level up. But another part of me wonders if I can handle this for much longer. "Hey, would you mind watering the plants in the conference rooms? I was supposed to have someone do it this morning, but they ended up not coming in today," one of my bosses asks me. "Sure thing. I'll do it right now." "Thank you so much, Amity. See you in the morning." I don't answer back. I just get up and fill the watering can with water before making the rounds in each conference room. With each plant, I feel more and more like crying, but I hold the tears back. I can't let myself get so worked up about this. It'll get me nowhere. Once I finish watering the plants, I sit back at my desk. One glance at the time reminds me that I should already be gone. Pursing my lips, I look around the office. It's mostly empty already, but I just don't feel like leaving yet. I get up and walk into one of the drafting rooms that the designers usually use to sketch out new plans. The big round table is littered with different designs, each one more amazing than the last. I stare at each of them, memorizing every detail. At some point, my eyes settle on one of the chairs. I envision myself sitting in it, drawing away, zeroed in on whatever I'm designing. I can see it as clear as day, and the image is so nice that it conjures a spark of hope in my chest. Want doesn't even begin to describe it. I need that to happen, and I'll do anything to get it. A design for what looks like a movie theater stands out to me. It's timeless. It looks like an old-fashioned theater, while providing a certain kind of elegance that I can't put my finger on. No matter how long it takes, I have to get into this room. I know I deserve to be in here, and any one of my designs could sit on this table and blend in perfectly. I may not have a place here yet, but I know my own talent. There isn't a doubt in my mind that I belong. When I finally leave the drafting room, I take a detour, heading towards the stairs instead of my desk. I'm still not ready to leave, and I haven't visited my favorite spot in a long time. It's the one place in this whole building where I feel like I can actually think, actually breathe. I climb the stairs all the way up to the roof, heaving the door open, and immediately taking in a breath of fresh air. It smells delicious out here, like a summer night mixed with something sweet, like a garden. "You're being ridiculous, Brian." My entire body freezes when I hear voices yelling. I start to take a step back to go back into the building, but as they continue arguing, my curiosity gets the best of me. I can't believe you right now. I'm being ridiculous. Why am I all of a sudden the bad guy in this situation? I walk further out, peeking around the corner. My jaw drops slightly as I recognize the man to be Brian Peterson, one of the founders of Vision. He looks the same as always, a gorgeous white man with impossibly perfect hair, perfectly ironed and clean clothes, expertly shaven face. He looks like he just walked off of a modeling runway, but his face is bright red and he looks pissed. It's a huge contrast to how I usually see him around the office, so calm and unbothered. "I just feel like you're attacking me. I don't deserve this." Oh my God, I feel like I'm going insane. "We're having this conversation because of you, Miranda. You did this, not me." "What the hell did you expect?" she shouts. A white woman, Miranda presumably, stands across from him, looking equally as distressed. Even from here I can see that her face is streaked with tears. Her mascara is smudged, and her hair is slightly disheveled. All thoughts of going back into the building disappear from my mind. I know I shouldn't eavesdrop, but part of me wants to hear more. Brian is kind of a mystery around the office, And this is honestly the most I've ever heard him speak. "You're never home," Miranda continues. "And even when you are, you're still working. You never have time for me. You're always blowing me off. I feel like you don't even want to be in a relationship." "That's not true. You know it's not. You're just grasping at straws here. You were caught, and now you're trying to turn it back around on me. It's not going to work." Miranda's face turns even angrier. "I should have known you would act like this. You're obsessed with yourself. You don't care about anyone else but you. I care deeply for you, and I still do. But this is unforgivable. And if you can't even admit that what you did was wrong, then what about what you did, Brian? You all but abandoned me. God, I hate that you always act like you're so perfect." Brian takes a step closer to her, and his expression turns cold. "I'm far from perfect, but I admit to my wrongdoings, and I would never, ever do this to you. I think you're overreacting, and I think the reason you're doing that is because you're hiding something. I feel horrible for listening to this private conversation, but I can't make myself walk away. This tea is just too hot, and I want to know what happens next. It's like an entertaining program, even if a part of me feels guilty knowing these are real people and not actors in a soap opera." "You're being emotionally manipulative just to take the heat off yourself," he states. "That's so dirty, Miranda, and you know it." Miranda bursts into tears, and I can't help but feel bad for her. I don't know the specifics of the relationship, but Brian seems a little harsh. "Oh, stop crying. I'm not going to feel sorry for you." She pauses her crying to look up at him. "Why are you like this? I don't deserve this from you." Brian sighs. "Look, I'm not going to change my mind. You can cry all the tears you want, but it's just not going to happen." Miranda bursts into tears again and steps towards him. "Please, baby, please just give this another chance. You can't just give up like this. It's not fair." To my shock, Brian just takes a step away from her, his face perfectly calm. "Are you done?" he asks. Miranda's lip quivers. She looks like she's going to protest again, but Brian turns around, putting his back to her. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a cigarette, lighting it as if she isn't even there anymore. Finally, she seems to give up. She spins around and starts briskly walking across the roof towards where I stand near the door. But she walks so fast that she trips over her own foot and starts falling towards the ground. Instinctively, I walk forward, my arms out to try to help her. In the moment, I completely forget that I'm not supposed to be here, but I reach out to help her anyway, having already exposed myself. Miranda gives me a dirty look and just shoves me away, already back on her feet. "Move!" she shouts. I look at her in shock as she walks past me. "Who are you?" Brian asks, stealing my attention from Miranda's retreating form. I gaze back at him, suddenly feeling shy. Even though he's the founder of the company, I know for a fact he's never looked at me before. But this isn't how I pictured I'd get the attention of my boss. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Brian. The woman seems frozen under my intense glare. Her mouth opens and closes, but no words come out. This is an unexpected encounter, especially at this intimate moment with Miranda. The most important thing for me is maintaining control and finding out everything I can from this eavesdropper. She poses a threat I can't afford. Finally, she seems to gather herself a bit and manages to speak out. My name is Amity. Right before she can continue, I intervene. Eavesdropping on a private conversation, huh? I say with a sharp tone. Amity blinks, taken aback. Her eyes narrow, but she manages to stay her ground. I assure you, Mr. Peterson, I had no intention of prying, she says with her voice steady and clear. I was going to go back home after work, but I decided to take a moment of solitude on the rooftop. Then my curiosity got the better of me, and I stumbled into this situation. My mind races with suspicion and concern as I approach Amity. The encounter has left me unsettled, and I need answers. Who is she, and what are her intentions? I stop in front of her, my gaze intense and searching. Amity, I say, my voice low and measured. Your presence on the rooftop, it wasn't just a coincidence, was it? She meets my eyes, her expression calm and composed. I understand your concern, but I assure you I have no ill intentions. The rooftop is a public space, and I simply happened to be there at the same time as I told you. I study her, trying to discern any hint of deception or hidden motives. Amita's distracting beauty is as strikingly possessing as her name, but I can't let that take away from the matter at hand. The conversation she overheard was private, and I need to know what she plans to do with the information. You'll have to forgive my skepticism, I say, my tone firm and unyielding. But I find it hard to believe that your presence is a mere coincidence. I need to know the truth, Amity. What are you doing on this rooftop other than trying to find solitude, trying to spy to get some dirt on me? Amity holds my gaze, her voice steady and unwavering. The rooftop is a public space. I have every right to be here, just like anyone else. I'm not intentionally eavesdropping on your conversation or looking for anything. I just want my solitude and peace. She pauses for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. But since you bring it up, I have to say, the way you act towards your girlfriend is quite cold. It is wrong of you to treat her that way. I laugh, a harsh and mirthless sound. You're quite nosy, aren't you? Poking your nose into matters that don't concern you. Well, let me make one thing clear. You're not to breathe a word of what you heard here to anyone. Don't even think about spreading rumors. I step closer to her, my eyes narrowing as I take in her appearance with a calculating intensity. I hope we understand each other, Amity, I say, my voice low and warning. What happened here stays between us. I won't hesitate to take action if I discover any leaks. As I study Amity, I can't help but acknowledge her attractiveness. Her composed demeanor, smooth brown skin, and soft features are a stark contrast to the tense situation at hand. Even her challenging tone I've taken as a hint of playfulness. She stands her ground unfazed by my warnings and accusations, a quality that both impresses and unnerves me. There is a certain pull to her attitude, a confidence that is rare in someone so young. The way she holds herself with such poise and self-assurance is almost magnetic. I shake my head slightly, refocusing my attention on the matter at hand. Amity's presence on the rooftop and her knowledge of my private conversation still pose a risk, and I need to ensure that she understands the gravity of the situation. Before we go any further, I need to know exactly who you are and your role within this company, I tell her, looking her up and down. Amity meets my gaze, unflinching. I'm Amity Saunders. I'm a new member of the design team at Vision. I would have told you that if you didn't interrupt me initially. I almost smile at her brazenness, but it's not just that eases the tension in me. She's an employee, relatively new to the company. It's a position that can easily be influenced, swayed by the promise of advancement or the fear of repercussions. I lean in closer, my voice low and intense. Listen carefully, Amity. I want to make one thing crystal clear. If I catch even a whisper of a rumor about what happened here, any hint of a leak, I will make sure it comes back to you without hesitation." My eyes bore into hers, conveying the seriousness of my words. I have worked too hard to build my reputation and career to have it become the subject of office gossip. If you value your future here, you will keep this conversation strictly confidential. I study Amity's face, searching for any sign of deception or ulterior motives. Her expression remains resolute, her eyes meeting mine without wavering. Despite the undercurrent of unease that seems to ripple through her, she stands her ground. "You have my word," she says, her voice steady and clear. "I have no desire to cause trouble or spread rumors." I lean in closer, my face mere inches from hers. I can feel the tension radiating off her, the slight hitch in her breath as I invade her personal space. My voice drops to a whisper, a low and intimate reminder of the power I hold. "Good, because the importance of your silence cannot be overstated. I have the ability to make or break careers within this company, and I will not hesitate to use that power if I feel my reputation or the stability of my position is threatened." My words hang in the air between us, a palpable weight that seems to press down on Amity's shoulders. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding and perhaps even a hint of fear passing through them. With a curt nod, I step back from Amity, satisfied that my message has been received loud and clear. Her assurances of discretion, while welcome, do little to quell the unease that churns within me. Trust is a luxury I can't afford, not when the stakes are so high. My glance runs over her face, then traces her alluring figure beneath the fabric of her clothing. As I turn to leave, my mind is already racing, plotting out the various scenarios and potential risks that Amity's knowledge poses. She is a wild card, an unknown variable in the carefully crafted equation of my professional life. I walk away, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. The weight of the situation settles heavily on my shoulders, a burden I will carry with me in the days and weeks to come. Amity Saunders, with her striking beauty and resolute demeanor, has become a potential threat to everything I've worked so hard to achieve. My future peace of mind, the stability of my position, and my reputation all hinge on her discretion. I resolve to remain vigilant, to watch her every move with a keen and calculating eye. I can't afford to let my guard down, not even for a moment. As I step off the roof and into the elevator, my reflection stares back at me from the polished metal doors. The face that looks back is one of determination, a man who will stop at nothing to protect what is his. And if Amity Saunders proves to be a liability or a risk to my carefully constructed world, I will deal with her accordingly. The doors slide closed, and I'm alone with my thoughts, the weight of the future pressing down upon me. But I am ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, ready to do whatever it takes to maintain my grip on power and success.
Chapter 5. Amity. I thought once Brian realized I wasn't going to tell anyone about his fight with Miranda, things would settle down. But work has only gotten more awkward every day. My once comfortable office chair now feels like a throne of thorns, digging into my back with every slight movement. I stare at the computer screen, the cursor blinking mockingly as if it knows the turmoil that has been brewing inside me for the past 2 weeks. It's been a fortnight of increasing tension since the rooftop encounter with Brian. The memory of that day is etched into my mind, as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. The cool breeze whipping through my hair, the distant sounds of the city below, and the startling revelation that spilled from Brian's lips. I went to the rooftop seeking solace, a momentary escape from the pressures of the office, but instead, I found myself entangled in a web of secrets and personal debacles. Since that day, the atmosphere at work has shifted. My once friendly banter and casual interactions have been replaced by an undercurrent of unease and tension whenever Brian enters a room. I can feel a presence that looms over me like a dark cloud. It's as if he's watching my every move, analyzing every decision I make, and silently judging me for the knowledge I now possess. I sigh deeply, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, unable to focus on the task at hand. The screen blurs before me, the words and numbers blending together into an incomprehensible mess. I know I have to confront this situation head on, but the thought of facing Brian again fills me with dread. I can't escape Brian's presence. He's like a shadow, a constant, unnerving fixture in the landscape of my workplace. Even when I am engrossed in menial tasks, I can feel his eyes on me, watching, observing, and scrutinizing my every move. Whenever I turn around, it seems as though he's there, lurking in the corners of the office, his gaze piercing through me. Brian's scrutiny is relentless, his critical gaze finding me even when I am just printing files. I can feel his eyes boring into my back as I stand at the printer, waiting for the documents to emerge. Each second passing like a minute as his gaze wraps its tendrils around me in an almost intoxicating manner. Why am I even thinking like that? I brush it off as a distraction. My head's clearly been all over the place since that very night. Even the output of the printer seems to fall under his silent, piercing judgment. I try to ignore him, focusing on the hum of the machine and the rhythmic sound of the papers sliding into the tray, but his presence is inescapable. Frustration mounts as I begin stapling the papers together. My fingers fumble with the stapler, the metal cool against my skin. I can sense Brian's gaze intensifying, and I glance up, only to catch him observing the angle at which the staple pierces the corner of the documents. It's as if he's analyzing every minute detail of my tasks, magnifying them unfairly under his critical eye. I feel a surge of anger rising within me. Why is he so fixated on me? What have I done to deserve this constant surveillance? I kept quiet just like I promised, didn't I? I want to confront him, to demand an explanation for his behavior, but something holds me back. Fear, perhaps, or the dread of what his response might be. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves and focus on the task at hand, determined not to let his scrutiny get the better of me. The absurdity of the situation dawns on me as I continue my mundane tasks. It isn't my designing skills that are under the microscope, but the trivial day-to-day activities that have suddenly become the focus of Brian's intense scrutiny. I can't understand why he's so fixated on the way I staple papers or print files. It's as if he's searching for flaws in the most insignificant aspects of my work, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable. I can feel the pressure building inside me, like a volcano ready to erupt. The meticulous criticism is driving me to the edge of my patience, and I don't know how much longer I can endure it. Every movement I make, every task I complete, feels like it's being judged and evaluated. The weight of Brian's gaze is suffocating, and I find myself second-guessing even the most basic actions. I can feel my hands shaking as I reach for another stack of papers, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I am on the verge of a meltdown, the stress and anxiety consuming me from within. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to regain my composure, but the image of Brian's piercing gaze is seared into my mind. Why didn't I just go home that day? I grumble to myself. What is my next move? Should I confront Brian and demand an explanation for his behavior and the reason behind his relentless scrutiny? Or should I keep my head down, avoid him at all costs, and hope that the situation will somehow resolve itself? I feel torn, pulled in different directions by the warring emotions within me. Part of me wants to stand up for myself, to assert my right to work in peace without the constant pressure of his gaze. But another part of me fears the consequences of confrontation and worries that it will only make matters worse. Back at my desk, I lean back in my chair, my eyes fixed on the ceiling as if the answers to my dilemma might be found in the patterns of the tiles. My mind races, weighing the options. I know I can't continue like this, living under the weight of Brian's scrutiny. The thought of quitting creeps into my mind, a tempting escape from the suffocating atmosphere of the office. I imagine myself walking out the door, leaving behind the stress and anxiety that have become my constant companions. But as quickly as the thought comes, the harsh reality of my financial obligations crashes down upon me. I can't afford to quit, not without another job lined up. The bills are piling up, and I have to pay my rent as soon as humanly possible. The weight of my responsibilities anchors me to my desk, trapping me in a situation that feels increasingly unbearable. I'm caught between the desire for freedom and the necessity of stability, torn between my own well-being and the needs of those who depend on me. Feeling overwhelmed, I push myself up from my chair and walk over to the copier. The cool surface of the machine provides a momentary respite from the heat of my thoughts. I lean against it, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. I wish, with every fiber of my being, that the situation would simply disappear, that I could open my eyes and find myself in a different reality. But I know that wishes are futile. The problem won't vanish on its own, and I can't hide from it forever. I have to find a way to navigate this difficult situation, assert my boundaries, and reclaim my peace of mind. But the path forward is unclear, shrouded in uncertainty and risk. As I stand there, eyes closed, the hum of the copier filling my ears, I feel a wave of exhaustion wash over me. The constant stress and mental turmoil have taken their toll, leaving me drained and depleted. I know I need to find a resolution to summon the courage to confront the issue head-on. But for now, in this brief moment of solitude, I allow myself to simply be, to exist in the stillness, and gather the strength I will need for the battles ahead.
Chapter 6. Brian. Ever since I caught her eavesdropping on Miranda and me, I've been thinking about Amity constantly, unable to shake her from my mind. I find myself keeping an eye on her, observing her from the shadows. There's just something about her vibrant presence that commands attention, drawing me in despite my best efforts to resist. Even though our first meeting occurred under less than ideal circumstances, Amity still managed to leave a lasting impression. The way she held herself and the spark in her eyes all linger in my memory, replaying on a constant loop. Now, whenever I think back to that night, it's somehow our meeting that stands out more than my fight with Miranda. Even outside of work, my mind keeps tracing its way back to Amity Saunders. I find myself increasingly aware of Amity's presence, her image invading my thoughts more often than I'd like to admit. It starts subtly, a fleeting thought here and there, but soon her face, her smile, and her vibrant energy seem to occupy every corner of my mind. One afternoon, I walk past her desk and can't help but pause. She's engrossed in her work, her brow furrowed in concentration as she sketches out a design. Despite my intentions to keep moving, I find myself drawn to her, watching as her pencil dances across the paper, bringing her ideas to life. "That looks incredible," I hear myself say before I can stop the words from escaping my lips. Amity looks up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, thank you. I've been working on this for a while now." I step closer, examining the intricate details of her design. The way she's blended colors and textures is nothing short of masterful. "You have a real talent, Amity. This is amazing work." She smiles, a hint of pride in her eyes betraying her initial embarrassment. "If that ain't the cutest thing I've seen all week." "I appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you." As I walk away, I can't deny the admiration I feel for Amity's character and her design work. Her dedication and skill are undeniable, and I know that her talent will take her far in this industry. As I settle back into my office, my mind keeps drifting to Amity and her exceptional work. The idea of promoting her to a position that better suits her skills begins to surface in my mind. It's a testament to the impression she's made on me, not just with her talent, but with her dedication and positive attitude. I lean back in my chair, considering the possibilities. Amity has the potential to thrive in a more creative role, where she can put her design skills to even greater use. The thought of seeing her flourish and grow within the company fills me with a sense of excitement and pride. Lost in thought about Amity and her future, I barely register the sound of my office door opening. It isn't until I hear my name being repeated that I jolt back to reality. Brian? Brian, are you with me? Haynes stands in front of my desk, his eyebrows raised in concern. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. Sorry, Haynes. I'm just thinking about something. He gives me a knowing look. Something or someone. I feel my cheeks heat up, but I try to play it cool. Just considering some changes in the design department. What can I do for you? Haynes takes a seat, his expression turning serious. We need to talk about the land acquisition. I sit up straighter, my thoughts of Amity fading into the background as I focus on the matter at hand. I follow Haynes into his office, the weight of the impending discussion settling heavily on my shoulders. As I sit across from him, I can see the concern etched into his features. The vital plot of land has been a topic of conversation for weeks, and it seems that the situation has only grown more complex. Haynes leans forward, his elbows resting on the desk. So, what's the latest? You've been practically silent on it, and it's starting to worry me. I take a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. It's turning out to be a complicated situation, Haynes. I thought because the land was owned by my family, it'd be a walk in the proverbial park. I mean, we need this place. It's crucial for the company's expansion plans. We've been trying to negotiate a deal, but there have been some obstacles. Haynes furrows his brow. Obstacles? What kind of obstacles? I rub my temple, feeling the tension building. My grandmother. She's the one who ultimately holds the power to make the decision, and she's been resistant to the idea of selling. Why is that? Haynes asks, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. She has a deep attachment to the land. It's been in our family for generations, and she sees it as a part of our heritage. Convincing her to let it go, it's not going to be easy. Haynes nods, understanding the gravity of the situation. Not to be indelicate, but we need that land, Brian. I sigh, the weight of the problem bearing down on me. Haynes leans back in his chair, his eyes fixed on me. So, what's the root of your grandmother's resistance? Is it just the sentimental value of the land? I shake my head, feeling the weight of the situation growing heavier by the moment. It's more than that. She's always been a stickler for tradition, and there's one condition she's set for even considering selling the land to us. Haynes raises an eyebrow. What kind of condition? I take a deep breath, bracing myself for the revelation. She wants me to introduce my fiance to her. It's her way to ensure that the family legacy is being carried on. The room falls silent for a moment, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Haynes looks at me, a mix of surprise and concern on his face. But I mean, you're not engaged. At least not that I'm aware of. I let out a humorless chuckle. That's the problem. My grandmother is insistent on this condition. Since everything blew up with Miranda, I'm left without a fiancé to introduce. I'm afraid our chances of securing the land are slim to none. Haynes leans forward, his brow furrowed in thought. This is a delicate situation. Your personal life shouldn't be a factor in a business deal, but it seems we don't have much choice. I nod, feeling the pressure mounting. I know, but I can't just conjure up a fiancé out of thin air. And even if I could, the idea of lying to my grandmother, it doesn't sit well with me. Haynes sighs, the weight of the problem evident in his expression. We'll have to think this through carefully. There has to be a solution, a way to navigate this without compromising your integrity or our chances of securing the land. I sit in silence for a moment, my mind scrambling to find a way out of this predicament. My private life, especially my romantic endeavors, has always been a fort I keep shielded from family scrutiny. The thought of having to present a fiancé, real or otherwise, to my grandmother is enough to make my stomach churn. Haynes, sensing my unease, leans forward. Brian, I know this isn't an ideal situation, but we need to approach this strategically. The land is too important to let slip away. I nod, trying to push aside the discomfort. I agree. But how do we present a fiancé that doesn't exist? It's not like I can just hire someone to play the part. Haynes taps his pen on the desk, his brow furrowed in thought. What about someone from the company? Someone who already knows you and could be convincing in the role? I shake my head. I don't know, Haynes. Mixing my personal and professional life like that, it could get messy. And what if word got out? It could damage my reputation, not to mention the company's. True, Haynes concedes. But we're running out of options. We need to think outside the box if we want to secure this land. I lean back in my chair, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe we could find a way to convince my grandmother to give us the land without the fiancé condition. Appeal to her business sense, or find another way to honor the family legacy. Haynes sighs. It's worth a shot, but from what you've told me so far, she seems pretty set in her ways. I rub my temples, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. Let me think on it, Haynes. I'll come up with something. I have to. The future of the company depends on it. Haynes stands up, placing a hand on my shoulder. I have faith in you. If anyone can find a way through this, it's you. I nod, appreciating his support, but the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on me. Securing the land is essential for the company's future, but the options for meeting my grandmother's conditions seem limited and fraught with potential complications. As I leave Haynes's office, my mind races with the possible repercussions of each path forward. Lying to my grandmother, involving someone from the company, or trying to change her mind. Each option carries its own set of risks and challenges. I know I have to act quickly, but I also know that one misstep could jeopardize everything we've worked for.
Chapter 7. Amity. Sunlight streams through the office's window, filling the entire room with a warm glow that expands all over my desk in the small array of flower pots I've carefully placed. Despite the task at hand, my mind keeps thinking about last week's presentation to the rest of the marketing team. Did I properly address their concerns? Did I set up the correct budget for the ad campaign? These thoughts fill my mind. There's a gentle knock on the side of my cubicle that halts my thoughts. Hello, come in, I call out, straightening myself up. A coworker steps toward my desk. Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Haynes wants to see you at his office. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I'll be there as soon as I can, I reply, although I'm a bit confused by this request. My heart races with anxiety as I walk towards the CEO's office, each step feeling heavier than the last. The summons has come out of nowhere, and my mind is frantically searching for any missteps that might have caught Haynes's attention. Have I made an error in my work? Did I inadvertently offend someone important? The possibilities are endless, and each one sends a fresh wave of panic through my body. As I reach the door, I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. With a shaky hand, I knock, and a muffled voice from inside invites me to enter. I step into the office, my eyes immediately drawn to Brian's still form. He's seated in front of Haynes's desk, his head bent over a stack of paperwork, seemingly engrossed in the documents before him. The room is silent, save for the soft ticking of a clock on the wall. I stand there, waiting for Haynes to acknowledge my presence, but he continues to read, his pen occasionally scratching against the paper. Brian, too, seems lost in his own world, barely registering my arrival. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, Haynes looks up, his piercing gaze meeting mine. Amity, he says, his voice even and controlled. Please, have a seat. As I take a seat in front of Haynes's desk, I can't help but notice the seriousness in his demeanor. Though not unkind, his eyes hold a certain intensity that piques my curiosity even further. What could this meeting be about? I glance at Brian, still focused on the papers in front of him, seemingly unaware of the tension that hangs in the air. Haynes leans forward, his elbows resting on the desk as he clasps his hands together. Amity, thank you for coming on such short notice. He begins, his voice measured and professional. We have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. At this, Brian finally looks up from his paperwork, his gaze shifting to meet mine. There's something in his eyes that I can't quite decipher. A mix of determination and hesitation, as if he is unsure of how to proceed. He glances at Haynes, who gives him a slight nod, prompting him to speak. Brian clears his throat, setting aside the file he has been so engrossed in. Amity, he starts, his voice low and steady. We've called you here today because we have a proposition for you. Something that could potentially change the course of your career. I sit up straighter in my chair, my heart pounding in my chest. A proposition? What could they possibly want from me? I look back and forth between Haynes and Brian, trying to gauge their expressions, but their faces remain impassive. Go on, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I'm listening. As Brian begins to speak, I find myself leaning forward, hanging on to his every word. He speaks of land acquisitions and development plans, and his voice fills with a mix of excitement and determination. However, as he delves deeper into the details, I can't help but feel a growing sense of confusion. What does any of this have to do with me? I'm just a newcomer to the company, still trying to find my footing and prove my worth. I glance at Haynes, hoping for some clarification, but his expression remains unreadable. Unable to contain my puzzlement any longer, I interject. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite sure I understand. I say, my voice wavering slightly. How does this high-stakes deal involve me? Brian pauses, his eyes locking with mine. Amity, we believe that you have the potential to play a crucial role in this development project. I shake my head, still struggling to grasp the connection. But I'm just a new hire, I argue. Surely there are others who are more qualified, more experienced. Haynes leans forward, his voice calm and reassuring. We wouldn't have called you here if we didn't believe in your abilities. This is a unique opportunity, and we think you're the perfect fit. I sit back in my chair, my mind reeling. This is a high-stakes land deal, and they want me to be a part of it. It seems too good to be true, but the seriousness in their expressions tells me that this is no joke. Okay, I say, taking a deep breath. Tell me more. Haynes nods, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Your participation in this project is crucial. We need someone with your unique perspective and skills to help us navigate the challenges ahead. His words send a ripple of surprise through me, and I can't help but feel a sense of pride. They need me, of all people. But even as I bask in the glow of their affirmation, my mind struggles to connect the dots. What challenges are they referring to? And how could I possibly be the key to overcoming them? As if sensing my confusion, Brian leans forward, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Amity, there's something else you need to know. This land we're trying to acquire, it belongs to my grandmother. I blink, trying to process this new information. Brian's grandmother? What does that have to do with anything? She's a stubborn woman, Brian continues, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. And she's made it clear that she won't sell the land to just anyone. In fact, she's insisted on one very unusual requirement. I hold my breath, waiting for him to continue. She wants me to present a fiance, someone who can convince her that I'm serious about settling down and starting a family. My jaw drops, and I stare at Brian in disbelief. A fiance? Does he need a fake fiance to secure the land deal? My mind spins with the implications, and I can't help but wonder what role they expect me to play in all of this. But why me? I ask, perplexed. Brian's words hang in the air, thick and heavy with implication. My shock quickly escalates to disbelief as the realization of what he is asking crashes over me like a tidal wave. Act as his fake fiance? The idea is so absurd, so utterly bizarre, that I can't help but let out a nervous laugh. You can't be serious, I say, shaking my head. You want me to pretend to be your fiance? To lie to your grandmother? Brian's expression remains stoic, but I can see a flicker of something in his eyes. Is it guilt? Regret? He clears his throat, his voice low and steady as he speaks. I know this is a lot to ask. To be completely and utterly honest, Amity, you were the very first person I thought of. Brian thinking of me in a romantic way? I swallow hard, reminding myself that it's for a fake arrangement, nothing more and nothing less. But it begs the question, why would he choose me, of all people? Circumstances have forced my hand, he continues, his gaze never wavering from mine. I need someone who can be practical, someone who can see this for what it is, a means to an end. I sit back in my chair, my mind reeling. A means to an end. Is that all I am to him? A tool to be used and discarded once he gets what he wants? And what's in it for me? I ask, my voice trembling slightly. Why should I agree to this? Brian exchanges a glance with Haynes, who gives a slight nod. Well, if you agree to help us with this, the company is prepared to offer you a substantial incentive, one that could change your life. I lean forward, my heart pounding in my chest. What kind of incentive? Brian's words hang in the air, the weight of his proposal pressing down on me like a physical force. I feel overwhelmed, my thoughts stumbling over each other as I try to make sense of it all. This is absurd, completely and utterly absurd. How could they expect me to agree to something like this? I search for a reason, an escape, anything that could get me out of this situation. But every avenue I explore seems to lead to a dead end. If I refuse, would it jeopardize my position at the company? Would I be seen as uncooperative, unwilling to take one for the team? Brian must have sensed my hesitation because he leans forward, his voice softening. Look, I know this is a lot to take in, but think about it. With you, there's no need for pretenses. We can be honest with each other and work together to make this happen. His words only add to the surreal nature of the conversation, leaving me more bewildered than ever. How could he be so cavalier about this? Does he really expect me to just go along with it? No questions asked? But then Haynes speaks up, his voice cutting through the fog of my confusion. Amity, we understand that this is an unusual request, but we're prepared to make it worth your while. In exchange for your help, the company is willing to pay off all of your student loans and provide you with housing. My jaw drops, and I stare at him in disbelief. Pay off my student loans, provide me with a place to live. It is an offer I can't refuse, a chance to finally free myself from the burden of debt that has been weighing me down for years. But still, the thought of pretending to be Brian's fiance, of lying to his grandmother and everyone else, makes my stomach churn. Could I really go through with it? Could I live with myself, knowing that I had deceived people for my own gain? I look back and forth between Brian and Haynes, trying to gauge their expressions. They seem sincere, but I can't help but wonder what they aren't telling me. What should I do?
Chapter 8. Brian. The air grows tense as a heavy silence fills the room. My mind keeps wandering. What if we've made a grave miscalculation? What if there's a better way to solve our predicament that we've overlooked? Do I go with the Amity route just because I think she's cute? I throw a glance at Haynes, whose brow furrowed with concern. Perhaps we haven't thought everything through, and this is about to crash down horribly on us. But it's too late to have doubts now. The words have been spoken, and we find ourselves in this precarious limbo. I force a reassuring smile, hoping to hide the uncertainty brewing beneath the surface. Amity, I begin, my voice steady despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in my mind. I understand this is a significant decision, and we want you to feel comfortable with whatever choice you make. I wait for Amity's response, an air of certainty surrounding me. I'm convinced that the offer's appeal will be irresistible to her. Amity's voice cuts through the quiet, her tone a mix of curiosity and wariness. What happens if I decline? She asks, her eyes searching mine for any hint of deception. I meet her gaze steadily, my confidence unwavering. Amity, I assure you that there will be no repercussions if you choose to decline. Your job security is not tied to your decision here. I lean forward, my elbows resting on the table. We value your work and your contributions to the company. This offer is simply an opportunity for you to explore a new avenue, but it's entirely up to you. Amity nods slowly, absorbing my words. I can see the gears turning in her mind as she weighs the pros and cons of the situation. Haynes, who has been quietly observing our exchange, chimes in. I want to echo what Brian said. Your job is secure no matter what you decide. Amity's shoulders relax slightly, and I can see a glimmer of relief in her eyes. I appreciate your reassurance, she says, her voice steady. It's good to know that I have the freedom to make this decision without any pressure. I nod in agreement, a smile playing at the corners of my mouth. Absolutely. We want you to feel empowered to make the choice that's right for you. With that, silence stretches between us, the weight of the decision palpable in the room. Amity's brow furrows as she contemplates the offer, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping against the surface of the table. I exchange a glance with Haynes. Both of us understand the gravity of the moment. We know that Amity's decision could have far-reaching consequences, not just for her, but for the company as well. Amity's voice, clear and resolute, echoes in the space. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your offer. Her words leave me momentarily stunned, my confidence faltering in the face of her rejection. I was so certain that she would jump at the opportunity, but now I find myself grappling with the unexpected turn of events. Amity, sensing my surprise, continues. It's not that I don't appreciate the offer or the reassurance about my job security. It's just that... She pauses, searching for the right words. I don't feel so good about lying to everyone. Haynes and I exchange a glance, a silent acknowledgement of our current setback. I understand, I say, my voice measured. We respect your decision, Amity. Your integrity is one of the reasons we value you as an employee. I lean back in my chair, my mind already racing to find an alternative solution. Amity stands up, her chair scraping against the floor as she pushes it back. With a polite nod to both Haynes and me, she turns and leaves the room, her footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Haynes and I exchange a glance, the unspoken disappointment clear in our eyes. The plan we've so carefully crafted has faltered, and we find ourselves at an impasse. Amity's refusal has thrown a wrench into our carefully laid-out strategy, and we know we need to regroup. Haynes leans forward, his voice low. Perhaps it's time to consider other options. We can't force Amity to accept the offer if it goes against her principles. I nod, acknowledging his point. But even as I do so, a flicker of determination ignites within me. I'm not ready to give up just yet. There has to be a way to convince Amity, to find a middle ground that will satisfy both her morals and our objectives. Wait, I interject, my resolve steadfast. I think we should pursue this matter further. Amity is a valuable asset to the company, and her skills could be instrumental in the success of this project. Let me talk to her one more time and see if we can find a compromise that works for everyone. Haynes hesitates for a moment, weighing my words. Finally, he nods in agreement. All right, Brian. You take the lead on this. But remember, we need to respect Amity's decision, whatever it may be. I stand up, my mind already racing with possibilities. I know I have my work cut out for me, but I'm determined to find a way to bring Amity on board. With a newfound sense of purpose, I head out of the room, ready to tackle the challenge head-on. I hurry down the hallway, my strides purposeful as I seek to catch up with Amity. I catch a glimpse of her just as she's about to re-enter the bustle of her department. "Amity!" I call out, a hint of urgency in my voice. She turns, her eyes widening slightly as she sees me approaching. I close the distance between us, my heart pounding in my chest. "Can we talk for a moment?" I ask, my tone sincere. "I promise it won't take long." Amity hesitates. I can see the conflicting emotions playing out on her face, the desire to return to her work, the curiosity about what I have to say. Finally, she nods. "All right, but make it quick." I gesture towards an empty meeting room nearby, guiding her toward the solitude it offers. As we step inside, I close the door behind us, ensuring our privacy. Amity folds her arms, her posture guarded. "What is it, Brian?" I take a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. I know I have to choose my words carefully, to find a way to persuade her without pushing too hard. "Amity, I know you have reservations about the offer," I begin, my voice steady. "But I believe there's a way we can make this work, a way that aligns with your morals and still allows us to move forward with the project." She raises an eyebrow, intrigued but not yet convinced. I'm listening. I lean against the edge of the table, my eyes locked on hers. "I just want to make sure you understand what you're passing up here. As my fiance, you would transfer to Watersville with me for a new project. We're structuring there from the ground up. It could mean huge things for your career to be in on something like that." Amity's arms loosen slightly, a flicker of interest in her eyes. I know I have her attention now, and I am determined to make the most of it. "I want you to have the opportunity to set your own terms," I say, my voice filled with conviction. "We can draw up a contract that safeguards our agreement, ensuring that your needs and expectations are met. Amity, there are too many people here for your talent to be recognized. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. I'm not saying you have to go as my fiancé, but do you think your supervisors are going to pick you for the position? This is a sure shot." Amity's expression softens. "And what about the duration of this arrangement?" "The charade would be temporary, a short-term commitment with a natural end," I reassure her. "We can specify a timeline in the contract, ensuring that you're not locked in for longer than you're comfortable with. Think of it as a few months of collaboration, after which we can stage a mutual and amicable parting of ways." Amity considers my proposal, the promise of a contract and a finite timeline swaying her in the right direction. "And your grandmother?" she asks. I smile confidently. "Once we have the contract in place and the project is underway, my grandmother's approval will be a mere formality. She trusts my judgment, and with our success, she'll have no reason to object." Amity takes a deep breath. "All right, Brian. I'm willing to consider your offer, but I have some conditions of my own." I nod eagerly. "Of course, Amity. This is a partnership, and your input is invaluable. What did you have in mind?" Amity mulls over the offer, her hesitance giving way to negotiation. "If I agree, I want legitimate design work, not just menial tasks." My agreement comes swiftly, recognizing both the value of her condition and her talent. "Amity, your skills are an asset. We'll ensure you have the platform to shine, and of course, the offer to clear your debt and provide you with housing is still on the table." Amity takes a deep breath, her decision weighing heavily. Finally, with a soft voice, she utters the words that seal the deal. "All right, Brian. I'll do it." Her tentative yes marks the beginning of our elaborate deception. An ecstatic wave of joy floods my body, with my first instinct to pull Amity in for an embrace. Of course, I stifle the urge, instead extending my hand, a gesture of trust and collaboration. Amity reaches out, her grip firm as she shakes my hand. "Welcome aboard, Amity," I say, a smile spreading across my face. "Together we'll make this project a resounding success." And just like that, my fondness for this wondrous woman grows in an instant.
Chapter 9. Amity. My cramped apartment is littered with clothes strewn all around. Half-empty coffee mugs and wilted plants in need of watering add to the disarray. The state of my living space isn't ideal. I really need to tidy this up, I mutter to myself, trying to summon motivation. I find myself glancing obsessively at my phone, anxiously awaiting Brian's message with the full details about our dinner plans. The vagueness of his invitation makes me uneasy. Just what does he really want from me? As I slowly begin gathering the clutter, my hip knocks into the overcrowded countertop, sending a mug crashing to the floor. Shards scatter, and the remnants of cold coffee splash across the tile. Damn it, I curse under my breath, immediately dropping to clean up the mess. So much for staying poised tonight. I find myself standing in front of my closet again, my mind a battleground between practicality and principle. Brian's invitation to discuss our arrangement over dinner has left me in a state of profound anticipation and unease, a conflict that seems to echo through every fiber of my being. As I ponder my dilemma, my phone buzzes with an incoming message. It's from Brian, who sent me the invitation details so we can discuss our arrangement over dinner. I stare at the screen, a mix of anticipation and unease swirling in my chest. Dinner with Brian means an opportunity to negotiate better terms, but it also means stepping into unfamiliar territory. I glance at my wardrobe, realizing that I need to wear something nice for the occasion. What do I even wear to a dinner like this? I mutter, rifling through my clothes. The pressure to make the right impression adds to my already frayed nerves. After what feels like an eternity, I settle on a tight-fitting pink dress, the only nice dress I own. It hugs my curves in all the right places, making me feel both confident and exposed. As I slip it on, I can't help but wonder what Brian will think when he sees me. Will he approve? Will he see me as a professional or just another pretty face? Will this make me an enemy of his quite recent ex? With a deep breath, I steady myself and head out the door, ready to face whatever the night has in store. Despite my nervousness, I grow more curious about what lies ahead as I make my way to Brian's penthouse. I step out of the elevator and approach Brian's door, my heart beginning to race. I can feel the weight of the moment pressing down on me, the realization that this dinner could mark a turning point in my life. With a trembling hand, I reach out and press the doorbell, the sound echoing through the hallway like a harbinger of change. In those fleeting seconds before the door opens, a million thoughts race through my mind. I hope I'm not inviting a big mess into my life, especially after the scene I witnessed between him and Miranda. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves, but the uncertainty continues to gnaw at me. The door swings open, and there stands Brian, a warm smile on his face. "Amity, welcome." He greets me, his voice smooth and inviting. I catch his eyes running over my dinner attire, a look of approval in his gaze. As I step inside, I can't help but marvel at the grandeur of his penthouse. The role of the host seems to come naturally to him, momentarily masking the professional ties that bind us together. "Thank you for inviting me," I manage to say, my eyes darting around the spacious foyer. The sleek modern lines of the architecture and the tasteful decor leave me in awe. Brian leads me through the penthouse, and I find myself unable to contain my admiration. "Those floor-to-ceiling windows are simply breathtaking," I gush, gesturing towards the expansive living room. "You can see everything from here." The city skyline glitters beyond the glass, a stunning backdrop to the elegantly furnished space. As we move through the penthouse, I can't help but comment on the exquisite artwork that adorns the walls. "Is that an original Rothko?" I ask, my eyes widening in appreciation. Brian nods, a hint of pride in his expression. Every detail of the penthouse speaks of luxury and refinement, from the plush carpets that cushion my steps to the gleaming surfaces of modern furniture. "And here we have the heart of the home," Brian announces as we enter the kitchen. My jaw drops as I take in the sleek, state-of-the-art appliances and the gleaming marble countertops. It's a designer's dream come true. The amount of tech in this kitchen is incredible. I marvel, running my fingers along the smooth, responsive touchscreens. And the renewable materials in the cabinetry, it's a perfect blend of sustainability and style. Brian beams at my praise, clearly pleased that I appreciate the finer points of his kitchen design. "I knew you'd recognize the advanced features," he says, his eyes locking with mine. "It's all about creating a space that's not only beautiful but also efficient and environmentally conscious." As we conclude our tour of the kitchen, Brian places a gentle hand on the small of my back, guiding me toward the dining area. My breath catches in my throat as I take in the scene before me. The table is set for two, with flickering candles casting a warm, intimate glow over the delicate place settings. "I thought we could enjoy our dinner here," Brian says softly, his voice suddenly low. The proximity of his body to mine sends a shiver down my spine, and I suddenly become acutely aware of the way my dress clings to my curves. The ambiance is unexpectedly intimate, far more so than I would have anticipated for a business discussion. Soft music playing in the background, the subtle scent of the flowers adorning the table, and the way Brian's eyes seem to drink me in all contribute to the charged atmosphere. For a first date, I mean, if this was a first date, Brian is already making a big impression. I almost find myself wishing for the former. As we take our seats at the table, Brian disappears into the kitchen for a moment, leaving me to take in the romantic setting. When he returns, he carries a beautifully plated dish that looks like it's come straight out of a gourmet restaurant. "I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of preparing a special dish for tonight," he says, placing the plate in front of me with a flourish. The aroma wafts up to my nostrils, and my mouth waters in anticipation. "You made this yourself?" I ask, unable to hide my surprise. I've never associated Brian with culinary skills, but the perfectly seared scallops and the artfully arranged vegetables suggest otherwise. He grins, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "There's a lot you don't know about me, Amity. I'm full of surprises." As we take our seats at the elegantly set table, I can't help but feel a flutter of emotions stirring in my chest. The romantic dinner setting, with its soft candlelight and intimate atmosphere, creates a sense of enchantment that's difficult to ignore. The glittering city view beyond the windows adds to the magical ambiance, the twinkling lights mirroring the sparks of attraction I feel growing within me. I find myself stealing glances at Brian, noticing the way the warm glow of the candles dances across his chiseled features. His eyes seem to hold a depth I haven't noticed before, and I feel drawn to him in a way that both thrills and terrifies me. As the evening progresses, the professional and personal line blurs, and I can't deny the increasing pull of my emotions. I catch myself in the moment, my gaze drifting towards Brian as he speaks. The soft glow of the evening casts him in a different light, highlighting the angles of his face and the depth of his eyes. I feel my heart inexplicably racing as I watch him, a sensation both thrilling and unsettling. "Get a grip, Amity," I mentally chastise myself. "You can't feel this way for him. He's your boss, and this is a professional arrangement." But even as I try to reason with myself, I can't deny the growing attraction I feel towards Brian. The way he looks at me, the way his hand brushes against mine as he passes me the wine, the way his voice seems to caress my skin, it all contributes to the swirling emotions within me. I take a deep breath, trying to regain my composure. I can't let these feelings compromise our working relationship. I have to stay focused on the task at hand, on the reason I'm here in the first place. "Please dig in," Brian says, gesturing towards the beautifully plated dish before me. "I hope you enjoy it." As I take my first bite, I can't help but let out a small moan of appreciation. The flavors are exquisite, perfectly balanced, and complementing each other in a way that speaks of Brian's culinary expertise. "This is incredible," I say, looking up at him with a smile. "You've really outdone yourself." Brian grins, clearly pleased with my reaction. "I'm glad you like it. Now tell me, how has your day been? How's work going?" I find myself relaxing as we ease into casual conversation, the earlier tension in my chest slowly dissipating. I tell him about the progress I've made on the project, the challenges I've faced, and the small victories I've celebrated. Brian listens attentively, offering insights and advice when appropriate. It's refreshing to have someone to talk to who truly understands the intricacies of our industry. Someone who can relate to the highs and lows of the creative process. But most of all, someone who listens to understand, who hangs on my every word with unwavering focus. I appreciate that in a man, a quality I've never seen in anyone, not until Brian. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 10, Brian. As the evening progresses, I find my concentration wavering, my thoughts constantly drawn back to Amity's captivating presence. The way the dress accentuates her beauty, the gentle curve of her neck, the way her lips move as she speaks. Every detail seems to demand my attention. I catch myself staring more than once, my reactions slowing whenever she addresses me. Amity's presence is both alluring and familiar, a combination that stirs up feelings I have to suppress. As we proceed through our staged dinner, I can't help but feel a growing conflict within myself. I know that any personal feelings I harbor for Amity have to be shelved for the sake of our agreement. We have a plan to follow and a charade to maintain. I can't let my emotions jeopardize that. Yet, with each passing moment, I find it increasingly difficult to separate the act from reality. Brian, is everything all right? Amity's voice breaks through my thoughts, her concern evident in her tone. I shake my head, forcing a smile. Yes, sorry. I was just lost in thought for a moment. As we continue our meal, the conversation begins to flow more naturally. Amity takes a bite of the meal I have prepared and lets out a small hum of appreciation. Brian, this is delicious, she praises again. You know, I say, twirling my fork absent-mindedly, I could cook for you again sometime. Maybe make it a regular thing. The words are out of my mouth before I've fully considered their implications. But as I look across the table at Amity, I realize that I'm already integrating little details like this into the narrative of our fabricated romance. As the evening unravels, our conversation turns to the details of our arrangement. We need to establish a believable backstory for our relationship, something that would convince everyone, especially my grandmother, that our love is genuine. I think we should keep it simple, Amity suggests, her brow furrowed in thought. We could say that we started as colleagues, working closely together on a project. Over time, our professional relationship turned into something more, and we fell in love. I nod, agreeing with her assessment. That sounds plausible. We can say that I proposed to you after a romantic dinner, not unlike this one. Amity smiles, but there's a hint of unease in her expression. She reaches for the contract that lies on the table between us, scanning its contents once more. Brian, she begins, her voice hesitant. I know we've agreed to this, but I can't help feeling a bit uncomfortable with the ethical implications of what we're doing. It feels like we're deceiving everyone, especially your grandmother. I sigh, understanding her concerns. I know it's not ideal, Amity, but I truly believe that this will bring my grandmother happiness in her final days. She's always wanted to see me settled and happy, and I want to give her that, even if it's not entirely genuine. Amity nods, her expression softening as she considers my words. I can see how much this means to you, and I want to help in any way I can. Grateful for her understanding, I steer the conversation towards lighter topics, hoping to ease the tension that has settled over us. You know, I meant what I said earlier. You really do look stunning tonight. A small smile tugs at her lips. Thank you, Brian. I figure if we're going to be playing the part of an engaged couple, I should dress accordingly. I grin, unable to resist the opportunity to tease her a little. So, does this mean you'll be wearing dresses like this only for me now? I could get used to it. Amity's brow furrows, a look of confusion crossing her face. What do you mean? I thought dressing up was part of the act. Isn't that what you wanted? I chuckle, shaking my head. Of course, I was acting the part just now. If we're going to make this believable, we need to be able to think on our feet and adapt to any situation. She rolls her eyes, but I can see a glimmer of amusement in her expression. I see. Well, I'll have you know that I'm quite capable of improvising when the need arises. Gazing at Amity as the candlelight flickers over her dark skin, it suddenly just feels right. Without hesitation, I drop to one knee, the gesture feeling both familiar and foreign as I assume the classic pose of a hopeful suitor. I look up at Amity, the candle glow reflected in her eyes, and I feel a rush of emotions that I can't quite place. Something that never hit me, not even in my real relationship with Miranda. So why is it they flood me now in this fake arrangement with Amity? But my mind wavers, returning my focus to this goddess standing before me. Amity, I begin as I take her hand in mine. I pause, taking a deep breath as I prepare to deliver the final line. Will you marry me? The words hang in the air, a mix of performative sincerity and hidden apprehension. I search Amity's face for any sign of hesitation or discomfort, but all I see is a reflection of my own emotions. For a moment, I forget that this is all an act. The lines between reality and pretense blur, and I find myself genuinely hoping that she will say yes.
Chapter 11. Amity. As Brian kneels before me, his question hangs in the air. It makes me momentarily speechless. My heart races, pounding against my ribcage as if desperate to break free. I find myself looking at Brian, carefully noticing his features, hoping to see some sincerity in his eyes. His gaze holds mine captive, and it is truly a moment. In silence, we admire each other, but no words come out. Doubt fills my mind, casting shadows over our meticulously drawn lines, separating business and personal lives. At this moment, the walls tremble, threatening to crumble. I know this is all part of our plan, a carefully orchestrated scheme, but as I gaze down at Brian, everything feels so real and genuine. I can't help but think what a lucky girl I am, even if this is all just a facade. With a subtle nod and a whispered yes, I play along, my voice barely audible above the thrumming of my own heart. Brian's lips curve into a smile, a mixture of relief and triumph flickering across his handsome features. He rises to his feet, his hand gently grasping mine as he slides the ring onto my finger. The cool metal sends a shiver down my spine, and I can't help but marvel at how perfectly it fits. The lengths he's gone to for this has me questioning just where the line for this entire act is drawn and if we've stepped over it. But even then, I don't exactly want it to end, not when no one else has made me feel so special before. As the weight of the ring settles upon my finger, my heart races faster, threatening to burst from my chest. My fingertips quiver, betraying the intensity of the emotions coursing through me. I know this is all an act, a carefully crafted performance designed to fool his grandmother. But in this instant, as I feel the ring's presence on my hand, I can't help but wish it were real. Brian's thumb gently caresses the back of my hand, his touch sending electricity through my veins. "You did great," he murmurs, his voice low. I manage a shaky smile, trying to regain my composure, but all I can think about is the man standing before me and the ring that now adorns my finger, a symbol of a love that is nothing more than a beautifully crafted illusion. In the days that follow our staged proposal, I find myself constantly aware of the ring on my finger. It feels foreign, like a spotlight, drawing attention to my hand wherever I go. I catch myself fidgeting with it, twisting it around my finger, a nervous habit that I can't seem to shake. Pride and paranoia battle within me, each vying for dominance. On one hand, I feel a sense of accomplishment, knowing that I'm one step closer to completing our arrangement. The ring symbolizes my success, a tangible reminder of the lengths I'm willing to go to achieve my dreams. But on the other hand, paranoia creeps in, whispering doubts and fears in my ear. What if someone sees through our ruse? What if they question the suddenness of our engagement? I find myself constantly on guard, trying to conceal the ring from my coworkers' prying eyes. Despite my best efforts, my attempts at concealment fail miserably. It seems that the more I try to hide the ring, the more attention it garners. My colleagues, ever observant, notice the new addition to my hand almost immediately. "Amity? Is that what I think it is?" Lila, my cubicle neighbor, asks, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Who's the lucky guy?" I feel the heat rise to my cheeks, a mixture of embarrassment and panic. "Oh, this? It's just a ring," I say, trying to sound nonchalant. "It's not a big deal." But my words only serve to fuel their curiosity. A barrage of questions follows, each one more probing than the last. When did it happen? How did he propose? Have you set a date for the wedding? I deflect their inquiries with practiced discretion, offering vague responses and changing the subject whenever possible. It's a delicate dance, trying to maintain the illusion of our engagement while keeping my colleagues at arm's length. As the days wear on, the weight of the ring seems to grow heavier, a constant reminder of the charade I am living. I find myself longing for the day when I can finally take it off and I can leave this chapter of my life behind. The teasing chatter from my colleagues fills the air, their voices rising and falling in a symphony of curiosity and speculation. They whisper behind their hands, stealing glances at me and the ring that now adorns my finger. Just as the chatter reaches a crescendo, a hush falls over the department. I look up from my desk to see Brian striding purposefully towards me, his presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. My heart skips a beat, and I feel a flutter of nervousness in my stomach. "Amity, can I see you in my office?" Brian asks, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. I nod, rising from my chair on shaky legs. As I follow him out of the department, I can feel the eyes of my colleagues boring into my back, their whispers resuming with renewed fervor. As soon as the door to Brian's office closes behind us, I turn to face him, my hands clasped tightly in front of me. "I want you to know that I haven't revealed anything about our arrangement," I say, my voice trembling slightly, a twinge of anxiety creeping in. "Not a single detail. I would never jeopardize our arrangement. It's just that people ask a lot of questions, and it's hard to evade them sometimes. I'm doing my best." Brian waves his hand dismissively as if brushing away my concerns like errant cobwebs. "Amity, don't worry about the gossip and questions," he says, his tone light and unburdened. "In the grand scheme of things, they're trivial. What matters is that we're almost there. The transfer and move to Watersville are just around the corner." He leans back in his chair, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Think about it, Amity. A fresh start, a new chapter in your career. You've worked so hard for this, and now it's within reach. The promotion, the opportunities, the chance to prove yourself in a new environment. It's all waiting for you." As Brian speaks, I feel a mix of excitement and trepidation swirling within me. He's right. The transfer and move are imminent, and with them comes a world of possibilities. But as the reality of our situation begins to sink in, my nervousness mounts. I can't shake the fear of underperforming in our ruse. What if I slip up, say the wrong thing, or fail to convince everyone of our engagement? The thought of jeopardizing our arrangement sends a chill down my spine. A silent storm of what-ifs brews within me, each scenario more daunting than the last. What if our colleagues see through the facade? What if the grandmother questions the legitimacy of our relationship? The weight of the consequences presses down on me, threatening to crush the air from my lungs. I try to push the doubts aside, to focus on the positive aspects of the impending change, but the fear of failure lingers, an unwelcome guest in the corners of my mind. "Brian," I say, my voice barely above a whisper, "what if I can't do this? What if I mess up and ruin everything?" He leans forward, his eyes locking with mine. "Listen to me. You're more than capable of handling this. We've planned every detail, every contingency. And remember, you're not alone. I'm here with you every step of the way." I draw in a deep breath, trying to let his words wash over me, to absorb their reassurance, but the storm within me continues to churn, a relentless whirlwind of anxiety and self-doubt. The move to Watersville looms on the horizon, a beacon of hope and uncertainty. and I can only pray that I will rise to the occasion and that our ruse will withstand the scrutiny of our new surroundings. But for now, all I can do is take each day as it comes, wear the ring on my finger like a talisman, and trust in the strength of our partnership. As I step out of Brian's office, his parting words echo in my mind. "You should get the transfer notice when you get back to your desk," he had said, a reassuring smile on his face. "Everything is falling into place, Amity. You've come through for me on this, and I won't ever forget it." Sure enough, as I settle back into my chair, a crisp white envelope catches my eye. With trembling hands, I open it, revealing the official transfer notice. The words seem to dance before my eyes, a confirmation of the path I have chosen. But as I stare at the letter, the gravity of the situation crashes over me like a tidal wave. The nervousness that has been simmering beneath the surface now surges to the forefront, consuming me entirely. Is this really the right thing to do?
Chapter 12. Brian. The days have flown by so fast since I proposed to Amity. It seems like yesterday that we first met each other when she was eavesdropping on me. But now the next big step in our plan is here, introducing her to my family as my fiance. As I grip the steering wheel, navigating my car through the familiar roads of Watersville, my mind keeps busy. These are the roads where I grew up. The memories come flooding back. Playing soccer in the yard, running around throwing water balloons. This place represents my entire childhood, and it was my whole world for nearly 2 decades until I left for college. Now I'm returning, turning a new page by introducing an imposter as my fiancé to my beloved, unsuspecting family. The gravity of our deception makes my stomach twist into knots as we pull up to my childhood home. As I turn off the car, I take a deep breath, mentally preparing myself for the introduction that lies ahead. Amity's hand feels warm in mine as we walk towards the front door, our fingers intertwined in a practiced display of unity. The aroma of my grandmother's cooking wafts through the air as we enter the house, and I can't help but smile at the comforting familiarity of it all. The family gathers around the dining table, eager to meet my fiancé. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Amity, my fiancé," I announce, my voice steady and confident. Amity's grip on my hand tightens ever so slightly as she smiles at my family, her eyes sparkling with a mix of nervousness and excitement. As we take our seats, the conversation flows easily, with my family asking Amity about her background and interests. I carefully steer the discussion away from my work, knowing that my grandmother wouldn't approve. Instead, I focus on the joy and love that Amity has brought into my life, emphasizing the strength of our relationship in front of everyone. Throughout the lunch, Amity and I exchange glances and smiles, our hands remaining clasped under the table. We laugh at my cousin's jokes and savor the delicious food, all while maintaining the image of a deeply in-love couple. Despite the underlying reality of our arrangement, I can't help but feel a sense of warmth and contentment in that moment, surrounded by my family and the woman who has become such an integral part of my life. As the lunch progresses, Amity and I continue to navigate the atmosphere, exchanging smiles and laughter that seem to come more naturally with each passing minute. We mold our behavior into that of a loving couple, our actions and words carefully choreographed to convey a deep affection for one another. I find myself drawn to Amity's infectious laughter, the way her eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles. Our appearance here is, of course, a facade, something I must keep reminding myself of. But one thing I cannot deny is the real spark inside of me for this lady. Our hands remain intertwined, a constant reminder of our supposed connection. I take the chance to cherish the sensation of her skin on mine. The conversation flows seamlessly, and I can't help but marvel at how well Amity fits into my family dynamic. Just as I'm about to suggest that we take a walk around the garden, my grandmother's authoritative voice cuts through the pleasantries. "Brian, dear, I've been thinking," she begins, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You and Amity should stay here during your visit. It's only proper for a newly engaged couple to spend time with family." I feel my stomach drop at her words. My carefully laid plans for our living arrangements suddenly derailed. I glance at Amity, gauging her reaction, but she maintains a composed smile, ever the perfect fiance. Grandma, that's very kind of you, but we wouldn't want to impose. A hotel is fine. I try, hoping to sway her decision. Nonsense. She waves her hand dismissively. This house is big enough, and it's tradition. I won't take no for an answer. I swallow hard, realizing there's no way out of this situation. Amity squeezes my hand gently, silently acknowledging the new challenge we face. We'll have to navigate not only my family's expectations, but also the constant proximity to one another in this house. As the lunch draws to a close, I can't shake the feeling of unease that settles in my chest. The carefully constructed boundaries of our relationship are about to be tested in ways I hadn't anticipated, and I can only hope that Amity and I will be able to maintain our facade under the watchful eye of my family. Behind closed doors, in the guest room my grandmother sends us to, Amity's facade of calm begins to crack. "Brian, you can't just expect me to go along with everything your family says," she says, her eyes flashing with frustration. "We had a plan, and now we're stuck here pretending to be something we're not 24/7. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. "I know, but we don't have a choice. We have to make this work. At least for now." She crosses her arms, her stance defiant. "I didn't sign up for this level of deception. We need to find a way to maintain our boundaries, or this whole thing will fall apart. I know it's going to be difficult. I understand. We'll try to insist on taking some time away so we can decompress," I offer. "Come on, take a deep breath with me." She lifts her face up as she does so, the evening sun hitting her eyes in a moment of unanticipated perfection. She looks around the room and sighs. "Well, I guess this is our home sweet home for the time being." Amity's eyes narrow, her gaze darting between the bed and the small sofa in the corner. "Well, at least we only have to pretend to share one bed." As we prepare for bed, I casually drape myself across the bed, a playful glint in my eye. "You know, Amity," I begin, my tone laced with mischief, "I think I might just claim this bed for myself tonight. You don't mind taking the sofa, do you?" Amity's head snaps up, her eyes narrowing as she fixes me with a look of incredulity. "You can't be serious, Brian." I shrug, a smirk playing on my lips. I just thought, as the man, I should have the privilege of a comfortable night's sleep. She throws a pillow at me, her frustration evident even as a hint of a smile tugs at the corners of her mouth. "You're insufferable, you know that." I catch the pillow easily, chuckling at her reaction. "Insufferable but charming, right?" Amity rolls her eyes, but I can see the amusement dancing in their depths. "You're pushing your luck, mister." Finally, I concede the bed to her, holding up my hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. I suppose I can be a gentleman for tonight," I say, my tone still laced with humor. As I settle onto the sofa, I can't suppress a genuine laugh at the absurdity of our situation. Here we are, two people thrown together by circumstance, navigating the complexities of a fake engagement while living under the same roof. But as I watch Amity climb into bed, a soft smile on her face, I can't help but feel a warmth spreading through my chest. Teasing her has become a strange source of joy for me, a way to break through the walls we have built around ourselves and connect on a more genuine level. As I drift off to sleep that night, I find myself looking forward to the days ahead, to the many opportunities I will have to tease and banter with Amity, and to the unexpected moments of connection that will inevitably arise from our unusual situation.
Chapter 13. Amity. A small part of me thinks our subterfuge is kind of thrilling, I have to be honest. And I can't complain about spending some time away from work, but I'm also uneasy about the complexities of the entire situation. However, there is a silver lining. Brian always tries to lighten the mood and accommodate my sometimes ridiculous requests. His warm smile and his reassuring presence have a way of putting my mind at ease. While the complexities of our situation still weigh on my mind, I can't help but be amazed by the town of Watersville. It's as if this place comes right out of a painting. That's how beautiful it is. I wake up to the sound of my alarm, the crisp air of Watersville greeting me as I step outside. Brian is already waiting, stretching his legs on the porch. "Ready for our run?" he asks, his breath visible in the chilly morning. I nod, and we set off, our feet pounding the pavement in sync. The town is still asleep, the streets empty and quiet. As we run, I can't help but admire the quaint houses and the picturesque landscape. The sun begins to peek over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the town. "It's beautiful here," I say, my words punctuated by my breath, fighting some silly urge to tell Brian the town is just like him. Brian smiles. "Wait until you see the rest of it." We continue our run, the fresh air filling my lungs and the peacefulness of the morning enveloping me. It's the perfect full first day of our 2-week vacation, and I can't wait to see what else Watersville has in store. As we finish our run, we find a quiet spot to stretch. Standing side by side, we begin our cool-down routine. At first, the silence feels awkward, the only sound being our breathing and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. But as we continue, the awkwardness fades, replaced by a comfortable companionship. I glance at Brian, noticing how focused he is on his stretches. It's strange to think that just a few days ago, we barely knew each other. Yet here we are, sharing this peaceful moment together as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After our stretch, we head back to the house. While I take a shower, Brian busies himself in the kitchen, and when I come out, I'm pleasantly surprised at what I see. I was already aware of Brian's love for cooking, but I didn't expect him to prepare such a spread. The table is laden with fluffy scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, whole grain toast, and a bowl of fresh fruit. "Wow, Brian, this looks amazing," I exclaim, taking in the sight. His grandmother, who's sitting at the table, beams with pride. "Brian has always been a wonderful cook," she says, her eyes twinkling. I'm so happy to have someone else to enjoy his meals with. We sit down to eat, and I can't help but savor every bite. The flavors are perfect, and the meal is both hearty and healthy. As we eat, Brian shares stories of his childhood in Watersville, painting a picture of a close-knit community and a loving family. After breakfast, Brian offers to take me on a tour of the town. As we walk through the quaint streets, he points out landmarks and shares anecdotes from his past. I can't help but smile at the warmth in his voice as he speaks of his hometown. "You know, Brian," I say, a mischievous grin on my face, "it's hard to believe someone as warm and loving as you is also the boss I was terrified of a few days ago." He laughs, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Well, I guess I'm just full of surprises." As we continue our tour, I realize that despite his sometimes aloof demeanor, Brian has grown up surrounded by love and support. It is a side of him I haven't fully appreciated before, and I find myself drawn to this newfound depth. Our next stop is the old lighthouse by the bay. As we climb the narrow, spiraling stairs, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement. When we reach the top, the panoramic view takes my breath away. The vast expanse of the ocean stretches out before us, the waves crashing against the rocky shore. Lost in the moment, I take a step closer to the edge, my foot slipping on the weathered stone. I let out a yelp, my heart leaping into my throat as I feel myself losing balance. Suddenly, Brian's strong arms wrap around me, pulling me back to safety. For a moment, the world seems to stop. I look up at him, our faces mere inches apart. My eyes flash to his lips, and I swear I see him do the same. But then, he lets go, stepping back with a smirk. "Careful there, Amity. Wouldn't want you to fall and break something. Or are you trying to make sure you get first dibs on the bed every night?" I gape at him as he turns and starts descending the stairs. "Excuse me?" I call after him indignant. You gave me the bed fair and square, thank you very much. His laughter echoes up the stairwell. I hurry after him in mock seriousness, determined to give him a piece of my mind. When we reach the bottom, however, I forget our squabble as we step onto Main Street. The local farmers market is in full swing, with vibrant stalls displaying fresh produce and homemade treats. We stroll through the market, sampling crisp apples, savory cheeses, and sweet, flaky pastries. I can't help but be impressed by the quality and variety of the offerings. This is incredible, I murmur, taking a bite of a juicy peach. I can't believe how fresh everything is. Brian grins, clearly enjoying my reaction. That's Watersville for you. We take pride in our local goods. As we continue our tour, Brian leads me to a charming building nestled between two oak trees. This, he says with a hint of pride in his voice, is the first building I ever designed. I look up at the small library, taking in the warm, inviting facade and the well-maintained landscaping. It's lovely, I say, genuinely impressed. I can see why it's become such a community hub. We step inside, and I am immediately struck by the cozy atmosphere. Soft lighting, comfortable seating, and rows of neatly organized books create a welcoming space. As we explore, Brian shares his design process and the challenges he faced in bringing his vision to life. Listening to him talk, I find myself appreciating not just the building but the man behind it. Brian's passion for his work and his dedication to the community are evident in every detail. Over the next few days, as we continue to explore Watersville together, my appreciation for the town grows. I find myself drawn into discussions with Brian about design and architecture, our insights and ideas mingling to create a shared vision for the future of the town. As the gentle Watersville sunsets paint the sky in hues of orange and pink, I realize that my perception of Brian has softened. The forced proximity of our situation has given way to a budding friendship, and I find myself looking forward to our time together. It's a strange feeling, this warmth that has begun to replace my initial reservations. But as I watch Brian's face light up as he speaks about his hopes for Watersville, I can't help but think that perhaps this unexpected connection is exactly what I need. But despite the growing warmth between us, I can't shake the nagging feeling that I need to guard my heart. It's easy to get swept up in the charm of Watersville and the unexpected connection I've forged with Brian, but I know that our time together is limited. As we sit on the porch swing one evening, watching the fireflies dance in the dusky twilight, I find myself wrestling with my emotions. The easy companionship, the shared laughter, and the moments of vulnerability have all contributed to a sense of closeness that I hadn't anticipated. Brian seems to sense my inner turmoil. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asks, his voice gentle. I sigh, trying to find the right words. It's just this. I thought this would be torture, but it's been kind of fun, really. Dare I say, relaxing? He nods, understanding in his eyes. I know what you mean. It's been a wonderful surprise and a lot of fun getting to know you. I'll be a little sorry when our vacation is done. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of our reality settling over us. I know that I need to protect myself, to keep a part of my heart guarded, but as I look at Brian, his profile illuminated by the soft glow of the porch light, I can't help but feel a pang of longing for what could never be.
Chapter 14 of Brian. Ever since the first time I laid eyes on Amity, there has been an inexplicable pull that's drawn me towards her. I can't put it into words, but she has that it factor about her that commands attention. Maybe it's just her eyes that spark with an insatiable zest for life, beckoning me to join her on whatever adventure awaits. Despite our initial meeting being merely a chance encounter, I can't help but feel some sort of spark or tension between us. It's an instant connection, as if I've known her for lifetimes, but I don't want to give in that quickly. A part of me wants to lean into fate, which is what brought us together in the first place. But another part urges me to be careful and think things through. After all, we now have a mission to complete, and this is supposed to be professional behind closed doors. However, the walls seem to be lowering on both of our sides. For the next few days, Amity and I discover our shared passion for hiking. We venture into the lush, verdant trails surrounding the sleepy town, our excitement palpable with each step. The sun dapples through the canopy of leaves, casting a golden glow on our path. However, my attention is constantly drawn to Amity, watching her every move with a mix of concern and amusement. Amity's clumsiness is endearing yet worrisome. She seems to stumble and slip even when the path is clear, her feet finding invisible obstacles at every turn. I find myself constantly on high alert, ready to catch her at a moment's notice. Whoops! Amity laughs as she trips over a small rock, her arms flailing in an attempt to regain balance. I quickly reach out, grasping her hand and pulling her upright. Careful there, Amity. I chuckle, steadying her. I don't want you to end up as a permanent fixture on this trail. She grins sheepishly. Thanks, I guess I'm just a bit distracted by the beautiful scenery. Well, I laugh. That would make two of us then, I say forwardly, hoping she catches on. Excuse me, she replies, wearing a challenging smile on her lips. I continue on up the trail. What did you say? She calls out. I know she heard me, so when I turn around, I simply tell her to pick up the pace with a sly smile. She rolls her eyes, but she'll definitely be thinking about that for the rest of the excursion. As we continue our hike, I find myself paying even more attention to Amity, my eyes constantly drawn to her petite figure. I tell myself it's purely out of concern for her safety, but deep down, I know there's more to it than that. As we navigate the rocky paths, the physical challenge of the hike is overshadowed by the breathtaking scenery that awaits us at each summit. The higher we climb, the more spectacular the views become. Rolling hills stretch out before us, their lush green hues blending seamlessly with the distant mountain ranges. Wow, Amity breathes, her eyes wide with wonder as we reach the top of a particularly steep incline. This is incredible. I feel like I could just stand here and stare at this view forever. I nod in agreement, taking a moment to catch my breath and appreciate the stunning panorama. It's moments like these that make all the effort worthwhile. We find a flat rock to sit on, deciding to take a well-deserved rest break. As we sip water from our bottles, Amity turns to me with a curious smile. So, tell me about some of your past hiking adventures. I bet you have some great stories to share. I grin, memories of previous treks flooding my mind. Well, there was this one time I got lost in the woods overnight. I had to build a makeshift shelter and everything. It was pretty intense, but looking back, it was an unforgettable experience. Amity listens intently, her eyes sparkling with interest. That's amazing. I can't even imagine being in that situation. I once got lost on a trail for a few hours and nearly had a panic attack. We exchange more stories, each one revealing our shared love for nature and the adventures it offers. Amity speaks of her childhood camping trips with her family, while I recount my solo backpacking expeditions. Despite our different experiences, we find common ground in our appreciation for the great outdoors and the lessons it teaches us. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the trails, Amity and I reluctantly start our journey back to the town. The golden light filters through the trees, creating a magical atmosphere that makes it even harder to leave the serenity of nature behind. I wish we could stay out here forever. Amity sighs, her voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. There's something so peaceful about being surrounded by all this beauty. I nod in agreement, feeling a similar sense of reluctance to return to the real world. I know what you mean, but hey, at least we have dinner with Grandma to look forward to. Amity's face lights up at the mention of my grandmother. Oh, absolutely. I actually like spending time with her, more than I expected at the start. She's such a fascinating woman. As we walk back, I can't help but feel a warmth spreading through my chest at the thought of Amity and Grandma getting along so well. It's important to me that Grandma believes that we are a true couple, so this is the time to shine. Dinner with Grandma has become an event we both eagerly anticipate. Amity is utterly charmed by my grandmother's sharp wit and the way she effortlessly commands the room with her presence. I watch with pride as Amity engages in lively conversations with Grandma, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brian, dear, you didn't tell me your young lady was so delightful," Grandma teases, shooting me a knowing look across the dinner table. I feel my cheeks flush slightly, but I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. "Well, Grandma, I wanted you to see for yourself just how amazing Amity is." Amity ducks her head, a pleased smile on her face. "Thank you, Mrs. Peterson. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to get to know you better." Grandma reaches over and pats Amity's hand affectionately. "Please, call me Grandma. Anyone in love with my Brian is family in my eyes." As the evening progresses, I find myself basking in the warmth of the two women's interactions. Grandma regales Amity with stories of my childhood, while Amity shares her own experiences growing up. The laughter and the sense of connection that fills the room make my heart swell with happiness. And then there was the time when Brian decided to play superhero and jumped off the shed roof with a makeshift cape. Grandma chuckles, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "He ended up with a sprained ankle and a bruised ego." Amity giggles, turning to me with a playful grin. "I can just picture it. Little Brian, convinced he could fly." I groan good-naturedly, shaking my head at the memory. In my defense, I was only 7, and I had just watched Superman for the first time. But Amity isn't content to just sit back and listen. She contributes her own thoughts and observations, her keen insights earning nods of approval from Grandma. I can't help but appreciate her outspokenness and the way she fearlessly shares her opinions and ideas. "You know, Grandma," Amity says thoughtfully, "I think those early experiences, even the mishaps, played a big role in shaping Brian into the person he is today. They taught him resilience, creativity, and the importance of taking risks." Grandma smiles warmly, clearly impressed by Amity's perspective. "You're absolutely right, my dear. Those life lessons learned through both triumphs and stumbles are what make us who we are." I sit back, marveling at the way Amity has managed to capture the essence of my journey in just a few words. Her ability to see beyond the surface, to understand the deeper meanings behind the stories, is truly remarkable. As the conversation flows, I find myself falling even more under Amity's spell. Her intelligence, her empathy, and her genuine interest in my family history make my heart swell with a feeling I can't quite name. All I know is that having her here, seamlessly woven into the fabric of my life, feels incredibly right. As laughter becomes a constant in our interactions, the pretense of our relationship fades, replaced by genuine joy. Amity's presence brings vibrant color to my once monochromatic life. One evening when the extended family comes for dinner, Aunt Sarah pulls me aside, her eyes dancing with mischief and sincerity. "Brian, I've never seen you smile this much before. It's like you've got a whole new lease on life." I chuckle, warmth spreading through my chest. "Things have been different lately." Her expression softens. "We've all felt guilty about you growing up without your parents. We tried our best, but we were hard on you at times. We just wanted to make sure you didn't feel alone." Swallowing the lump in my throat, I manage a simple answer. "I appreciate everything you guys have done for me." Aunt Sarah's eyes glisten with emotion. Seeing you so full of life and laughter, it's like a weight has been lifted. We know you're going to be okay, that you found something special in Amity. My heart skips a beat at her name. I can't deny the truth that resonates within me. She's something else, Aunt Sarah. With her, everything feels right. She grins, squeezing my shoulder. "Hold on to that, Brian. Don't let it slip away. As she walks away, gratitude washes over me for my family's unwavering support and the unexpected gift Amity has become. However, standing there, basking in the warmth of Aunt Sarah's words and memories of Amity, guilt crashes over me. The happiness I feel with her seems too good to be true, and I fear I'm setting myself up for heartbreak. This fake relationship was never meant to be more than temporary. But somewhere along the way, lines blurred, and I found myself falling for the girl I had sworn not to get attached to. The thought of losing her when our time together inevitably ends sends a chill down my spine. I can't afford this complication. I've worked too hard and sacrificed too much to let my guard down now. But even as I try to convince myself to put distance between us, to protect my heart, I know deep down it's already too late. Amity has become a part of me, a piece of my soul I can't bear to lose. As much as it terrifies me, I know I will have to navigate these uncharted waters and fight for the happiness she brings into my life.
Chapter 15. Amity. Wow, this is beautiful, I confess in awe. Brian's family cabin, shared by generations for camping trips and recreation, emerges from Watersville's serene forest, like something out of a storybook. The entire front is nearly covered in windows, giving me a good view of the interior without having to go inside yet. Brian chuckles, slowing the car to a stop. Enjoy it while it lasts, he tells me as he puts it in park. We'll be back at work the day after tomorrow. I sigh, frowning slightly. Already? One of his cousins, George, leans up between the seats with a smirk, looking straight at me. Don't worry, Amity, we'll show you a good time. Brian, with an eye roll, puts his hand over George's face and shoves him back to where he came from. I laugh gently, meeting his slightly amused gaze. Come on, he says, and motions his head toward the grandiose cabin. How about a tour? George, Bentley, and Dave, Aunt Sarah's grown children, are tasked with unpacking the cars. Jazzy and Mira, cousins from another aunt, pull in behind us moments later. While they get the luggage sorted, Brian leads me inside. The quaint charm is such a stark contrast to the grandeur of their family home that it instantly makes me relax. As I step inside, I can't help but feel a sense of calm wash over me. The cozy rooms are adorned with warm wooden furniture and inviting textiles that make me want to curl up and never leave. Brian leads me through the living room, where a large stone fireplace crackles with a roaring fire, and into the kitchen. Brian smiles at me before continuing the tour, leading me up a narrow staircase to the second floor. We walk down a hallway lined with framed family photos, each one telling a story of happy memories. Finally, we arrive at the room we'll be sharing. Brian opens the door and gestures for me to enter first. I step inside and look around, taking in the small space. There's a single queen-sized bed in the center of the room, flanked by 2 nightstands. A small dresser is pushed up against the wall, and a single window looks out onto the forest beyond. Another small, cozy room for the 2 of us. Well, this will be cozy, I say, trying to hide my nervousness. Normally, I'm not used to sharing a room with someone, let alone a bed. At least at his grandmother's house, we had a couch and a bed and could split up. Brian chuckles and wraps an arm around my shoulders. Hey, it's not so bad. At least we won't have to walk far to talk to each other in the middle of the night. I roll my eyes and playfully shove him away. You better not snore. Brian feigns innocence. Who, me? I never snore. I raise an eyebrow and give him a skeptical look. Uh-huh. Sure. Brian laughs and pulls me closer. Don't worry, I won't bite. I playfully smack his chest and laugh. You're such a dork. Brian grins and leans in. Guilty, but I'm rich so I can get away with it. Before I can find anything to shoot back, Dave calls up from the bottom of the stairs. Hey, lovebirds. You can't just disappear to the bedroom, there's stuff to do. As we make our way downstairs, I can hear the sound of laughter and chatter coming from the kitchen. Jazzy and Mira are already busy chopping vegetables and seasoning the meat. Bentley approaches us with a warm smile. "Ah, there you are, Brian. We were just about to head out for some target practice. Dave and George are already getting the guns ready." He turns to me. "Amity, have you ever been hunting before? We'll be going after lunch." I shake my head. "No, not even close. I've never even held a gun before." Bentley chuckles. "Well, there's a first time for everything. But don't worry, we'll stick to the easier targets for now. You're more than welcome to join us for that, or hunting later if you'd like." I hesitate for a moment, unsure of what to say. I have always been a bit squeamish when it comes to guns, but I don't want to disappoint Brian or his family. Brian must have sensed my hesitation because he speaks up. "Actually, I was hoping Amity could help out with the cooking. Jazzy and Mira could use an extra hand, and I know Amity is an amazing cook." I smile gratefully at Brian and nod. "Of course, I'd be happy to help." Bentley claps Brian on the shoulder. "Good man. We'll leave the cooking to the experts then." I follow Jazzy and Mira into the kitchen. The three of us work together to prepare the food for the barbecue, chopping vegetables and seasoning the meat. Jazzy puts me in charge of making the potato salad, while Mira handles the coleslaw. We chat and laugh as we work, and I feel a sense of camaraderie with these women I've only just met. When the boys are done shooting, I occasionally catch glimpses of Brian outside, setting up the bonfire. He moves with practiced ease, arranging logs and kindling with confidence. I can't help but admire the way he takes charge, the way he handles himself with such competence and grace. Once the food is ready, we carry it outside to the tables that the guys have set up. Brian comes over to help us, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Everything looks amazing," he says, looking over the spread of food. "Thanks to Amity's potato salad," Jazzy says, winking at me. I laugh, feeling proud of my contribution. As we finish setting up the tables, Brian insists on carrying the heavier supplies himself, despite my offers to help. He brushes off my protest with a gallant smile, earning him light-hearted jabs from his cousins. "Look at Brian, trying to be the knight in shining armor," George teases, as he carries a stack of plates. Brian grins and flexes his biceps, putting on a mock arrogant tilt to his head. What can I say? I'm a gallant gentleman, protecting the fair maiden at all costs. I roll my eyes and playfully smack his arm. "Don't let it go to your head, Brian." Brian laughs and pulls me closer, whispering in my ear. "I'm only this way for you, Amity. You bring out my chivalrous side." I can't help but laugh, feeling both flattered and amused by his antics. It's clear that Brian enjoys playing the part of the gallant hero, and his cousins are more than happy to play along. If only... When I take my place by the fire, I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and address them in a conspiratorial tone. "You know, I've been thinking," I say, my voice low and earnest. "Brian's been acting awfully chivalrous today, carrying all the heavy supplies, protecting me from the wild beasts of the forest. It's almost as if he's trying to impress someone." Brian's cousins chuckle and exchange knowing glances. "You think so?" Dave asks, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I nod sagely. "Oh, definitely. I mean, have you seen the way he's been flexing his muscles? I think he's trying to prove that he's the strongest one here." Brian's cheeks flush a deep red, and he attempts to protest, but I cut him off with a wave of my hand. No, it's okay, Brian," I say, patting him on the shoulder. "We all know you're the manliest man here. You don't have to keep proving it." Brian's cousins roar with laughter, and even he can't help but chuckle at my teasing. I grin, feeling pleased with myself for lightening the mood and charming his family. I catch Brian gazing at me from across the circle. His cousins are already engaged in a heated debate over who would win in a fight between a bear and a wolf, and I can't help but smile at their antics. They are all so different, yet they have an undeniable bond. It is clear that they love and care for each other deeply, and I feel honored to be a part of their family for the weekend. It's then that I notice Brian watching me. His gaze is intense, and I can feel the weight of it on my skin. I try to play it cool, taking another sip of my iced tea and pretending not to notice. But when I catch his eye, he doesn't look away. Instead, he smiles at me, a slow, lazy smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I can't help but wonder what's going through his mind. Is he just playing along with the ruse of our fake relationship? Or is there something more there? I've been trying to convince myself that it's all just for show, that there's no real chemistry between us. But the way he's looking at me right now, it's hard to deny that there's something more. Words can be acted, but not feelings. Right now, I'm drawn to his magnetic gaze like a moth to the flame. It's hard, but I force myself to look away, not wanting to get caught up in the moment. I don't want to read too much into it. Don't want to get my hopes up, only to have them dashed later. But as I watch Brian out of the corner of my eye, I can't help but feel a spark of something deeper.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 16. Amity. Well, if you four don't get a move on, the sun'll be too low to see anything, Jazzy says in a playfully warning tone. George slaps his knees to make a show of getting to his feet. Don't gotta tell me twice. Come on, men. The hunt waits for no one. Mira snorts, rolling her eyes. You talk a good game, but let's see what you actually bring back. We follow the boys over to the shed where their family stores the hunting gear, teasing them about their manliness. Watching Brian tug on a pair of camo pants over his jeans makes my heart jump into my throat. How is it possible for him to look so good? I can't pull my attention away as he slings a rifle over his broad shoulders, adjusting it with a few shrugs. He catches my wandering eyes, a coy smile spreading along his lips, and he saunters toward me. What'd you think? He asks, gesturing to himself. Are you into the hunter-gatherer look? I can't help but feel my heart race as Brian approaches me with that confident swagger. His muscular frame fills out the camouflage clothing in a way that makes it hard to focus on anything else. I struggle to keep my composure and act nonchalant. Yeah, sure, I manage to say, trying to sound indifferent. You definitely look the part. As I continue to take in Brian's buff physique, my eyes are drawn to his boots. My gaze narrows, and I notice that his laces are untied. I can't help but feel a mix of concern and amusement. Here he is, trying to impress me with his hunting prowess. But he's overlooked a simple detail that could lead to disaster in the woods. I hesitate for a moment, wondering if I should say something. But before I can make a decision, Brian speaks up again. "You know, I've been wanting to show you my skills for a while now," he says, flashing me a grin. "Maybe this is my chance to finally impress you." I laugh, unable to resist the charm of his bravado. "All right, buddy. Let's not get carried away. You're going to trip over your shoelaces." I bend over to tie his shoe, trying to steer us back into a more platonic space. Brian chuckles and looks down at me with a smirk. "Thanks. I guess I owe you one." As I finish tying his shoes, I can't help but notice the way his muscular legs look in those camo pants. I feel a flutter in my stomach and quickly stand up, hoping that Brian hasn't noticed me checking him out. But before I can take a step back, Brian reaches out and grabs my hand, pulling me towards him. My heart races as I find myself standing just inches away from him, our faces practically touching. "What are you doing?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Brian grins and leans in closer. "I just wanted to thank you properly," he says, his breath warm against my cheek. I feel my knees go weak as Brian pulls me into a hug, his strong arms wrapping around me. I close my eyes and let myself enjoy the moment, feeling more alive than I have in a long time. As we pull away from the hug, I can't help but feel another pang of concern for Brian's safety. I know that he's probably an experienced hunter, but I can't shake off the feeling that something bad might happen. "Be careful out there, okay?" I say, trying to sound casual. "Don't take any unnecessary risks." Brian looks at me with a hint of a smile. "Are you worried about me?" he asks, his voice teasing. I quickly shake my head, trying to deflect his question. "No, of course not," I say, attempting to sound nonchalant. "I just don't want you to do anything stupid." Brian chuckles and pats me on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I've got everything under control," he says, his voice confident. As I turn to walk away, I feel Brian's hand capture mine. Our banter falls to a sudden silence as we both look at each other, the air charged with unspoken words and a growing tension that sends my pulse racing. "What is it?" I ask, my voice low. He doesn't answer me at first, instead holding my gaze with an intensity that makes my heart flutter. "I just wanted to tell you something," he finally says, his voice low and serious. I wait for him to continue, my heart beating wildly in my chest. "What is it?" I ask again, trying not to sound too eager. Brian hesitates for a moment before he gently slides my hand to the strap of his rifle that has slipped to the side and, with his hands wrapped around my fingers, guides it back over his chest. "Thanks for being such a worrywart," he teases with a lopsided smile. We stand there for a moment longer, our eyes locked in a way that feels both comfortable and electric. I feel like there is so much more to say, but I don't know how to put it into words. All right, Brian says, finally dropping the act. Jazzy was right about the sun. It's getting late. I nod, reluctantly letting go of Brian's hand. The four men set off into the woods, the sound of their footsteps crunching on the dry leaves beneath them. As I watch the hunting party disappear into the woods, I can't help but feel a strange mixture of emotions. I was laughing and joking with Brian just a moment ago, but now that he's gone, I feel a sudden pang of sadness and longing. It is at that moment that I realize the truth. My feelings for Brian are clearly no longer just pretend. They are real and genuine, and they've been growing for weeks now. I stand there for a few moments longer, lost in thought, trying to make sense of what's happening. Am I ready to admit my feelings to Brian? And if so, what would that mean for our friendship? To our fake relationship? For my job? I know that I can't just ignore what I'm feeling. The line between our pretend affection and my genuine emotions has become increasingly blurred, and I need to figure out how to navigate this new reality. With a deep breath, I set off down a trail that Mira mentioned earlier. The sun casts a warm golden glow over the trees and leaves. I breathe in the crisp air, feeling a sense of peace wash over me. As I walk, I can't help but let my thoughts wander. I think about Brian and the way he looked at me earlier, the way he touched my hand, the way he laughed at my jokes. I think about the way my heart races whenever he's near, the way my stomach flutters whenever he smiles at me. I know that I can't just pretend like nothing is happening. Brian deserves to know the truth, and I owe it to myself to be honest about my feelings. But how would he react? Would he be happy? Surprised? Upset? Would I destroy the real bond we've built between one another? I don't know if I can handle losing him, to be ripped away from how magical he makes me feel. I don't know the answer to those questions, but I know one thing for sure. I need to talk to him. I need to tell him how I really feel and see where things go from there. As I continue down the trail, I feel a sense of clarity and purpose settle over me. I know what I need to do, and I am ready to face whatever comes my way.
Chapter 17. Brian. I move through the forest with practiced stealth, my cousins close behind me. Our footsteps barely disturb the fallen leaves beneath our boots. The dance with nature has begun, each step a silent challenge. Sunlight filters through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispers secrets of the hidden wildlife. Just like old times, eh, Brian? Dave grins, his voice low and conspiratorial. I nod, a smile tugging at my lips. It's been too long. I've missed this. We continue our journey deeper into the woods, our senses heightened, attuned to every sound and movement. The thrill of the hunt pulses through my body, a primal connection to the generations of hunters before us. With each breath, I feel myself reconnecting with the old traditions, the camaraderie of the hunt enveloping me like a warm embrace. At this moment, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the companionship of my cousins, I know I'm exactly where I belong. As we trek further into the woods, the conversation naturally turns to reminiscing about our youth. Memories of earlier hunts flood back, and we find ourselves bonding over the shared experiences that have shaped us into the men we are today. Remember that time when George nearly shot his own foot? Bentley chuckles, his eyes twinkling with mirth. George rolls his eyes, a grin spreading across his face. Hey, I was just a kid back then. I've come a long way since that day. Laughter echoes through the forest, punctuating the quiet that has settled around us. Suddenly, a flicker of movement catches my eye. I raise my rifle, my heart pounding in my chest as I aim. The deer stands majestically in a clearing, its antlers glinting in the sunlight. With a steady breath, I squeeze the trigger, the shot ringing out like a thunderclap. The deer falls and a surge of pride swells within me. It is the most impressive catch of the day, a testament to my skill and patience. As I approach the fallen creature, my thoughts inevitably drift to Amity. How would she react to my success? Would she be impressed by the size of the deer? Or would her gentle heart be filled with compassion for the animal? I can picture her face, a mix of awe and tenderness, and a smile tugs at my lips at the thought of sharing this moment with her. Amity has a way of bringing a different perspective to every situation, and I find myself craving her unique insight. What would she say if she were here with me now, standing over this magnificent animal? Lost in my musings, I almost don't notice the shifting light filtering through the trees. The sun has begun its descent, painting the forest in hues of gold and amber. With a start, I realize that time has marched on, and a glance at my watch confirms my suspicions. It is nearing 6 o'clock, and if we want to have dinner at a reasonable hour, we need to start making our way back to the cabin. Reluctantly, I tear myself away from thoughts of Amity and focus on the task at hand. We have to field dress the deer and prepare it for transport, a process that will require the combined efforts of my cousins and myself. As we set to work, The familiar routine helps to clear my mind, but still, thoughts of Amity linger, a pleasant undercurrent to the camaraderie of the hunt. The journey back to the cabin is filled with the usual banter and good-natured ribbing, our spirits high from the success of the hunt. However, as we approach the front door, a sense of unease settles over me, a stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere that has surrounded us just moments before. Jazzy emerges from the cabin, her face etched with concern. She hurries towards me, her eyes wide and anxious. "Brian, have you seen Amity? She hasn't returned from her walk, and it's been hours." My heart skips a beat, and a chill runs down my spine. "No, I haven't seen her since this morning. When did she leave?" Jazzy wrings her hands, her voice trembling slightly. "She set out just after lunch, saying she wanted to visit the slope along the trail." The mention of the slope spurs me into immediate action. I know the spot well, and the thought of Amity alone out there, potentially in danger, sends a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Without a second thought, I turn on my heel and head towards the trail, my mind racing with possibilities. "I'm going to find her," I call over my shoulder, my voice tight with worry. "If she's not back in an hour, send out a search party." I don't wait for a response, my feet carrying me swiftly along the path that leads to the slope. The sun has nearly set, and the forest is bathed in an eerie twilight. As I move deeper into the woods, my thoughts are consumed by Amity. Her safety is the only thing that matters. I pray that I will find her unharmed, that this is nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. But deep down, a sense of dread has taken root, and I know I won't rest until I have her safely in my arms once more. As I race along the trail, my mind is a whirlwind of emotions. Fear, anxiety, and a growing sense of dread battle for dominance, each step taking me closer to the slope where Amity was supposedly headed. I curse softly under my breath, my worry for her well-being intensifying with each passing minute. The forest seems to close in around me, the shadows lengthening as the sun dips below the horizon. My heart pounds in my chest, the sound of my own ragged breathing filling my ears. I try to push away the negative thoughts that threaten to overwhelm me, but given Amity's propensity for accidents, it's impossible not to consider the worst-case scenarios. My mind conjures a slew of potential mishaps, each one more terrifying than the last. What if she slipped and fallen, injuring herself on the rocky terrain? Or worse, what if she has encountered a dangerous animal, like a bear or a mountain lion? The thought of her alone and vulnerable, at the mercy of the unforgiving wilderness, sends a chill down my spine. I was already aware of how our arrangement would eventually end, but for the climax to take shape in this form would be... I stopped those thoughts from developing any further. I'd never forgive myself if I continued without her. I pick up my pace, my heart rate spiking as I consider the risks. Amity is slowly becoming the person responsible for my happiness, and I can't bear the risk of losing her. I can't let that happen, not when there's still a chance to find her, to bring her back to safety. With renewed determination, I push forward, my eyes scanning the trail for any sign of her presence. I call out her name, my voice echoing through the trees, hoping against hope that she will answer. The minutes tick by, each one an eternity, as I race against time to find her, praying that I won't be too late. I make a beeline for the trail leading to the slope, my hunting instincts now repurposed in a desperate search for Amity. The skills I've honed over years of tracking game in the wilderness now serve a far more vital purpose, finding the woman I love. I scan the ground for any sign of her passage, my eyes darting from broken twigs to disturbed leaves, hoping to catch a glimpse of her footprints. The trail is narrow and winding, the dense foliage making it difficult to navigate. But I press on, driven by a sense of urgency that propels me forward. Every fiber of my being is focused on finding Amity, on bringing her back to safety. I refuse to let the fear that gnaws at the edges of my mind take hold, instead channeling that energy into the search. As I emerge from the tree line onto the slope, my heart sinks. The golden hues of the setting sun paint the landscape in a breathtaking array of colors. But the beauty of the scene offers no comfort. The slope is empty, devoid of any sign of Amity. I call out her name once more, my voice tinged with desperation, but the only response is the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. I stand there, my chest heaving from the exertion of the climb, as the realization of Amity's absence washes over me. She's nowhere to be seen, and with each passing moment, my concern for her well-being grows. I can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong, that she's in danger and needs my help. I refuse to give up, refuse to let the emptiness of the slope deter me. I scan the area once more, my eyes searching for any clue that might lead me to her. And then, just as I'm about to turn back and retrace my steps, I spot something in the distance, a glimmer of hope amidst the gathering darkness. It's a small, shiny object, catching the last rays of the setting sun, and I know in that instant that it's connected to Amity. With renewed determination, I set off towards it, my heart pounding in my chest, praying that it will lead me to her, that I will find her before it's too late.
Chapter 18. Amity. It really is so beautiful out here, I murmur with a hint of a smile as I follow the trail back the way I came. The sounds of nature soothe my soul. Rustling leaves, chirping birds, and chattering critters all come together to create that perfect symphony to clear my mind. But try as it might, it can't push Brian from my thoughts. At this point, I'm not sure anything would. My walk back to the cabin is cut short when the sound of rushing water breaks through the gentle breeze. Curiosity gets the best of me, pulling me in the direction of the sound, and I trudge through the branches and bushes until I find it. A beautiful river hidden by the weeping willows that line each side of the water's edge. Pure awe stops anything from coming out of my mouth, despite the fact that my jaw drops immediately. The gurgling waters are inviting and serene, and I'm completely unable to resist the urge to pull my shoes off and stick my toes in the shallow stream. The cool water of the river is a refreshing contrast to the warm summer air, and I can't help but let out a contented sigh as I wade further in. The small pebbles beneath my feet massage my soles as I move, creating a sensation that is both soothing and invigorating. I look around, taking in the beauty of my surroundings. The weeping willows that line the riverbank sway gently in the breeze, their leaves creating a canopy that casts dappled shadows over the water. The sunlight sparkles off the surface of the river, creating a mesmerizing display of light and color. I can't resist the urge to splash around in the water, and soon I am laughing and playing like a child. I cup my hands and scoop up water, sending it cascading over my shoulders and down my back. I kick my feet and send ripples spreading out across the surface of the river. As I play, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. All the worries and concerns that have been weighing me down seem to melt away, leaving me feeling lighter and more carefree. I close my eyes and let the sound of the rushing water fill my ears, losing myself in the moment. After what feels like hours, I finally drag myself out of the water and collapse onto the riverbank. The sun is beginning to set, casting a warm golden glow over everything. I lie there for a while, watching the colors change and feeling completely at peace. I let out a sigh, staring at the pinkish clouds in the sky. I should probably get back. Pulling my shoes back on, I go to stand up, but suddenly I slip on a wet rock and feel a sharp pain in my ankle. I try to ignore it and put weight on my foot, but it gives out beneath me and I fall back down to the ground with a startled yelp. Ah! I sit there for a moment, stunned before I begin to assess the damage. I gingerly move my ankle around, hissing in pain as I do so. It doesn't feel broken, but it is definitely sprained. I curse under my breath, knowing that this is going to make the walk back to the cabin even more difficult. I take a deep breath and try to stand up again, using my hands to brace myself against the ground. I put as little weight as possible on my injured ankle, but even that is enough to send waves of pain shooting up my leg. I grit my teeth and take a few tentative steps, leaning heavily on a nearby tree for support. As I hobble along, I can't shake the feeling of frustration. I had been having such a wonderful time, and now this. I sigh and try to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, knowing that I have a long way to go before I make it back to the cabin. Good things never last, I say in a breathless, bitter grumble. I must look quite a sight, limping along the path with one shoe on and one shoe off. But I don't care. All I can think about is getting back to the cabin and soaking my ankle in some ice water. As I continue down the path, the encroaching darkness begins to increase my discomfort. The once familiar trail now seems nearly unrecognizable without the light, and I feel a sense of vulnerability wash over me. I try to shake it off, telling myself that there is nothing to be afraid of, but the fear continues to grow. Suddenly, a twig snaps in the underbrush behind me and I spin around, my heart racing. I scan the area, but I can't see anything. I listen intently, but all I can hear is the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Hello? There's no response. I start walking again, trying to move faster, but the pain in my ankle makes it difficult. I can't shake the feeling that I am being followed, and every little sound makes me jump. I reach up and caress my neck, and I feel a wave of panic wash over me. I try to take deep, calming breaths, but it's no use. The fear has consumed me and I can barely think straight. I begin to run, hobbling as fast as I can, but the pain in my ankle is excruciating. I feel like I am going to pass out from the pain and the fear. Suddenly, I stumble and fall to the ground, my ankle screaming in pain. I try to get up, but it is no use. I'm stuck, unable to move any further. I huddle on the ground next to a tree, panicking silently. I can hear my heart pounding in my ears, and my breath comes in short, shallow gasps. I'm scared and alone, and the darkness seems to close in around me. I reach up and touch my neck again, trying to ground myself. I close my eyes and try to focus on positive thoughts, but it's no use. The fear has taken over, and I feel completely powerless. A scream of fear echoes through the night when a pair of strong arms wind their way around me, pulling me close against a solid chest. For a moment, I struggle against the embrace, my heart racing with panic. But then a huskily familiar voice whispers in my ear. "Amity, it's me," Brian says, his voice sucking all of the fear out of me. "Brian." I sob with relief, throwing myself at him and wrapping my arms around him. He holds me tightly, his strong arms providing a sense of security that I desperately need. "You're shaking like a leaf," Brian says, his voice filled with concern. His hands move up and down my back, trying to soothe me. "What happened?" I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself down enough to speak. "I twisted my ankle," I say, my voice still trembling. "I couldn't move, and I was so scared. I thought something was out there, following me." Brian's expression softens, and he strokes my hair gently. "It's okay. You're safe now," he says. "Nothing's gonna hurt you." He envelops me in his grip, and it's at that moment that every trouble in my world, little and big, melts away. As if I don't weigh any more than a twig, Brian lifts me off my feet and cradles me to his chest. I rest my head against his shoulder, feeling the warmth of his body seeping into mine. A cool breeze bites at my damp skin, and I shiver involuntarily. Trying to discreetly slip my hands inside of his jacket to warm them up, I am met with a firm grip as Brian adjusts his hold on me. He presses my hands against his chest, holding them there firmly. "Take as much as you need, sweetheart," he says, his voice filled with sincerity. The tears come faster then, and I clutch his shirt desperately as he carries me back to the cabin, soothing me with low and comforting words. The pain in my ankle is forgotten as I nestle against him, feeling the steady beat of his heart against my cheek. For the first time in what feels like hours, I feel truly safe.
Chapter 19. Brian. Oh my gosh, what happened? Mira exclaims when I kick the back door open and carry Amity inside. Dave and Bentley immediately clear a spot on the kitchen table so that I can set her down. She hurt her ankle. Where's Jazzy? I ask. All business. I'll go get her, Dave says, rushing out of the room. My attention never strays from her or her body. The sundress that she picked out earlier that day that I can't keep my eyes off of is clinging to her body in a way that, in any other circumstance, would be too seductive to resist. Why are you both wet? Bentley looks between us with a touch of concern, but mostly confusion. I was by the river when I hurt myself, Amity admits through chattering teeth. I let out a huff of frustration and yanked my shirt off over my head, dressing her like a little doll. None of them need to see her like that. She tries meekly to adjust her hair, pulling it out of her face and tucking it behind her ears. Finally, Jazzy comes in, a first aid kit in hand. Let me see it, she demands, sounding every bit the doctor she is. I carefully lift Amity's foot and ankle, placing it gently on the kitchen table. Jazzy kneels down beside her, her dark hair tied back in a practical bun, and begins to examine the injury. I can see the tension in Amity's face as she bites her lip, trying not to wince in pain. Jazzy's expression is focused and calm as she gently prods and examines Amity's ankle. I feel a sense of relief wash over me as I watch her work. Jazzy has always been the most level-headed and capable person I know. I have no doubt that she will be able to help Amity. It's just a sprain, Jazzy finally announces, looking up at me with a reassuring smile. It's not as bad as it looks. She'll need to rest and ice it for a few days. But she should be fine. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling the tension in my shoulders begin to ease. Thank God, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Amity lets out a sigh of her own, looking visibly relieved. Thank you, Jazzy, she says, her voice shaking slightly. No problem, Jazzy replies, standing up and packing away her first aid kit. Just make sure you take it easy for the next few days, okay? I nod, already planning to carry Amity up to our shared room so that she can rest and recover in peace. I scoop her up in my arms, careful not to jostle her injured ankle, and carry her up the stairs. Once we're in our room, I grab her dry clothes so she can change, helping her as much as I can while facing away to protect her modesty. Then I help her get comfortable on the bed. I grab a few pillows and prop them under her foot, making sure that it's elevated. Once she settles in, I head to the kitchen to grab a bag of ice from the freezer, wrap it in a towel, and take it to her. Here, this will help with the swelling, I say, watching as she carefully places the ice pack on her ankle. Thank you, she says again, giving me a small smile. I don't know what I would have done without you. I smile back at her, feeling a warmth spread through my still bare chest. It's no problem, I say. I'm just glad I found you. After a few moments of silence, I ask, Are you hungry? I can go downstairs and get you something to eat. She shakes her head. No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. I nod, standing up from the bed. All right. Well, if you need anything, just let me know. You can text my phone, okay? I'll be downstairs. As I make my way downstairs, I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. On one hand, I'm relieved that Amity's injury isn't as severe as it could have been. But on the other hand, I can't help but feel frustrated and worried. I know that Amity can be a bit reckless at times, and I can't help but worry about her getting hurt again in the future. I push these thoughts to the back of my mind as I enter the kitchen, determined to focus on the present. I open the fridge and scan the contents, trying to decide what to make for dinner. As I'm rummaging through the fridge, Dave and Bentley come into the kitchen. Hey, how's Amity doing? Dave asks, concern etched on his face. She's okay, I reply, closing the fridge and turning to face them. Just a sprained ankle. She's resting upstairs. That's good to hear, Bentley says, looking relieved. What can we do to help? I was just about to make dinner, I say. You guys can help me with that if you want. Sure thing, Dave replies, grabbing an apron from the hook on the wall. Together, the three of us worked to prepare a meal for the group. The grand dinner we had planned was cast aside after the guys, and I returned to find Jazzy and Mira concerned over Amity's disappearance. Once the meal is ready, I carefully carry a tray upstairs to Amity's room. I find her still lying on the bed, her eyes closed and her breathing steady. I set the tray down on the nightstand and gently shake her awake. Hey, I brought you some dinner, I say softly. She opens her eyes and smiles up at me. You didn't have to do that, she says, sitting up and carefully propping the pillows behind her. I told you I wasn't hungry. I give her a doubtful look. Of course you're hungry. My mind can't help but wander back to the panic I felt earlier. When I arrived and saw that Amity was nowhere to be found, my heart started racing. Why would she be so careless and reckless? She doesn't know this area like the rest of us do. Why would she go off all by herself? Anything could have happened. I'd never been so scared in my life. As I watch Amity push her food around on her plate, my concern grows. Amity, you need to eat something, I say gently. I'm guessing her adrenaline is still just too high to stomach the food. Eventually, she slowly begins to relax and eat a more regular amount. As I hang on, watching every mouthful she takes, it hits me. I enjoy taking care of Amity in a way I never did Miranda. Miranda wanted me to make these kinds of gestures, and I could never really find the motivation. Maybe Miranda was right after all. There was always something deeply wrong between us that needed to be fixed. Maybe it just took Amity for me to realize what truly loving another person felt like to know it.
Chapter 20. Amity. You really scared me today, Amity. You know that? Brian murmurs, moving closer to me on the bed. I laugh dryly. For what it's worth, I scared me too. From the outside, it probably looks like I've lived the best possible life. I come from a good family, a wealthy family. He gestures around us, but I also grew up in a family with high expectations, in the void my parents left when they died. I witnessed the entire thing from the back seat. Brian continues, his voice barely above a whisper. I remember the sound of the tires screeching, the impact of the crash, and the deafening silence that followed. I was only 10 years old. My eyes widen in shock as I try to process the weight of his words. I can't fathom the trauma he must have endured, and my heart aches for him. After the accident, my grandparents took me in, he goes on. They were loving and supportive, but they were also very strict. They were terrified of losing me too, and so they imposed all these rules to keep me safe. I think it made me a little neurotic about seeing people I care about in danger. Brian takes a deep breath before continuing. My grandmother was especially adamant about me finding a fiance. She wanted to make sure that I had someone to take care of me after she was gone. At first, I resisted the idea, but as time went on, I began to understand her concern. I can see the pain etched on his face as he speaks about his grandmother's wishes. It's clear that he loves her deeply and wants to honor her wishes for him. I know it may seem old-fashioned to some, but my grandmother truly believes in the importance of family and tradition. Brian explains. She wants me to have a partner who will be there for me through thick and thin, someone who will love and care for me as much as she does. I nod, understanding where he's coming from. That's not old-fashioned, Brian. That's just her wanting what's best for you. He gives me a small smile, appreciating my words. I know it may seem strange to most people, but to me, it's important to make her proud. I smile back at him. Feeling grateful for his openness and vulnerability, I reach out and touch my fingers to the stubble on his chin. That's not strange at all. Our eyes lock, and the air between us grows thick with tension. I can feel the heat radiating off of him, like a furnace that's slowly consuming me. My heart begins to race, as I take in his disheveled hair and his eyes radiating with meaning. Brian's eyes flutter shut for a moment before opening again, meeting my gaze with a fierce intensity. He takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly, as if trying to compose himself. "I'm going to get out of this bed before I do something stupid," he says hoarsely, pulling away from my touch. I can feel the disappointment settling in my stomach as he speaks. I don't want him to go. I want to keep talking, to keep him as close as he was before. Without thinking, I reach out to grab his bicep. Brian's movements freeze as he turns around to meet my gaze, his eyes widening in surprise. For a few moments, we just stand there, locked in a silent exchange. The air between us is charged with tension, and I can feel my heart pounding in my chest. Brian's bicep is firm beneath my fingers, and I can feel the heat radiating off of him. Slowly, Brian raises his hand to cover mine, his fingers interlacing with my fingers. He looks at me with an intensity that makes me feel like I'm the only person in the world who matters. I can see the flecks of gold in his green eyes, and the stubble on his chin seems to catch the dim light in the room, casting shadows across his face. I know that I should let go, that this isn't the right time or place for us to explore whatever is happening between us. But I can't bring myself to do it. I don't want to let go. Brian must sense my hesitation because he shifts closer to me, closing the distance between us. The scent of his cologne fills my nostrils, and I can feel his breath against my cheek. He leans down, his lips brushing against my ear. "Are you sure?" I've never been more certain. Against all odds of my doubts, my heart tells me to go for it and not think of what comes next. I nod, my breath hitching in my throat as I feel the weight of the moment settle over me. And then, before I can second-guess myself, I wrap my arms around his bicep and nuzzle his neck, feeling the rough texture of his stubble against my skin. "I'm sure," I murmur, well aware of the implications. I know that this is a turning point in our relationship, and that there is no going back, but I am ready to take that leap, to see where this connection will take us.
Chapter 21. Brian. Amity leans back in the bed with a look that makes my manhood stiffen involuntarily. I push myself up on my arms, positioning myself over her, watching as her mouth parts invitingly. With a groan, I lean down and kiss her, the entirety of my control completely gone.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 22. Amity. After what felt like forever, my dance of tension of flirtation with Brian finally came to a close last night. Everything, every single moment we spent together, was magical. It was ideal, everything a girl could want. The tenderness, the passion, the intimacy. It was all I'd longed for. I still somehow can't quite believe we've taken this monumental step together. I can still feel the ghost of his entire body pressing against mine, his muscular structure, his salty lips. I am filled with admiration for him. It feels electrifying. I stir from my half-asleep musings, my eyes fluttering open as the first rays of morning light creep through the curtains. Instinctively, I reach out for Brian, seeking the comforting warmth of his presence, but my hand meets only the cool, vacant space beside me. The sheets, once alive with the heat of our entwined bodies, now feel cold and lifeless. Confusion and concern swirl within me as I sit up, the blanket falling away from my bare skin. The room is silent, save for the gentle whisper of the breeze through the window. I scan the surroundings, searching for any sign of him, a discarded piece of clothing, a note on the bedside table, but find nothing. "Brian," I call out, my voice echoing in the emptiness of the room. No response comes, and a sense of unease begins to grow in the pit of my stomach. I pull the blanket around my shoulders, shielding myself from the chill that seems to emanate not just from the air, but from his absence. Questions race through my mind. Where has he gone? Why has he left without a word? Have I done something wrong? As I sit there, alone in the bed we shared, I can't help but feel a sense of abandonment. Last night was filled with passion and tender moments, whispered promises and gentle caresses. But now, in the harsh light of day, it seems those moments were nothing more than a fleeting dream, dissipating like mist in the morning sun. With a heavy heart, I drag myself out of bed, throwing on my clothes like a protective cocoon. I limp into the living room, hoping to find some answers to the questions that plague my mind. As I enter, I'm greeted by the bustle of the others, preparing for departure, their voices and movements creating a knot of normalcy that feels almost jarring in the aftermath of the intimate night Brian and I shared. And there he is, amidst the chaos, his back turned to me as he packs his belongings. I stand there for a moment, watching him, trying to gauge his mood and wondering how he will react to seeing me. As if sensing my presence, he turns, and our eyes meet across the room. Time seems to slow down as we lock gazes, the noise and movement around us fading into the background. I search his face for any sign of the connection we forged, any hint of the feelings he expressed in the dark hours of the night. But all I receive is a simple nod and a subdued smile, a mere acknowledgement of my presence rather than a reflection of the depth of our shared experience. I feel a pang of disappointment in my chest, a hollow ache that seems to grow with each passing second. His reaction is so casual, so devoid of the warmth and affection I've come to crave. I can't help but wonder if I've imagined the significance of our night together, if I've projected my own desires onto his actions and words. As I stand there, frozen in the middle of the room, I realize that the normalcy surrounding us is nothing more than a facade, a thin veneer masking the turmoil that churns beneath the surface. And I can't help but feel that the simple nod and smile he has given me are a silent confirmation that, for him, our night together was nothing more than a fleeting moment, a passing fancy to be forgotten in the light of day. I join the others for the morning meal, taking a seat at the table and forcing a smile onto my face. I engage in light conversation, laughing at jokes and offering my own anecdotes, all the while keenly attuned to Brian's every move. I watch him out of the corner of my eye, studying his interactions with the others and searching for any sign that our night together has affected him as deeply as it has me. But Brian's behavior is aloof, carefully calculated to minimize the significance of my presence without drawing undue attention. He speaks to me only when necessary, his tone polite but distant, as though I were just another member of the group rather than someone with whom he has shared a profound intimacy. When our eyes meet across the table, he quickly looks away, his gaze skittering over me like a stone skipping across the surface of a pond. I feel a dull ache in my chest as I watch him, a sense of loss that seems to grow with each passing moment. The easy camaraderie we've shared, the sense of connection that was so strong just hours before, now seems like a distant memory, a dream that has faded. I struggle to maintain my composure, to keep up the facade of indifference that I have resolved to adopt. But with each casual glance, each carefully measured word, Brian chips away at my resolve, leaving me raw and exposed beneath the veneer of normalcy. As the meal draws to a close and the others begin to disperse, I find myself lingering at the table, hoping against hope that Brian might seek me out, that he might offer some acknowledgement of what we have shared. but he merely nods in my direction before turning to leave, his footsteps echoing in the silence of the room. I sit there for a long moment, my hands clenched in my lap, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill down my cheeks. I was a fool to think that our night together meant anything to him, a fool to believe that he might have felt the same depth of emotion that I had. And now, I'm left to pick up the pieces of my shattered heart, to find a way to move forward in a world that suddenly seems colder and less vibrant than it did just yesterday. As I sit at the table, the remnants of my breakfast growing cold before me, the hurt from Brian's detached actions pierces me deeply. Each casual glance, each carefully measured word, felt like a knife twisting in my gut, a silent confirmation of the depth of my emotional investment. I laid myself bare before him, gave him a piece of my heart in the dark hours of the night, and now I'm left to bear the pain of his rejection alone. This hurts in a way worse than the anticipation I expected at the end of our arrangement. Was it because we laid bare everything to one another? Was it the unearthing of the real feelings between us? My head is as unclear as my heart is shrouded in confusion about this betrayal. Am I being stupid? I remind myself of the facade I'm acting under, but even that can't relieve me of this anvil of mental torture weighing me down. I push my food around my plate, my appetite gone, as I struggle to come to terms with the reality of the situation. I thought our night together was the beginning of something special, a moment of connection that would lead to a deeper bond between us. As I sit there, digesting the pain along with the remnants of my breakfast, a realization begins to crystallize within me. It isn't just fondness that I feel for Brian, isn't just a fleeting attraction or a momentary infatuation. No, the emotion that swells within my chest, the ache that seems to permeate every fiber of my being, can only be described as love. I love him, with a depth and intensity that frightens me. I love the way he laughs, the way his cheeks dimple at the corners when he smiles. I love the way he listens, really listens when I speak. The way he makes me feel seen and heard in a way that no one else ever has. I love the way his touch sets my skin on fire, the way his kisses leave me breathless and wanting more. But now, as I sit there in the aftermath of our night together, I realize that my love is a burden I will have to bear alone. Brian has made it clear he doesn't share my feelings, that our union was nothing more than a fleeting moment of passion for him. With the revelation of my love for Brian weighing heavily on my heart, I'm left to contemplate my next steps. How can I move forward, knowing that the man I've fallen for doesn't reciprocate my feelings? How can I continue to work alongside him when every moment in his presence is a reminder of the love I can never have?
Chapter 23. Brian, the night I spent with Amity in a moment of reckless passion wasn't exactly what I had in mind. We're supposed to be professionals to keep our emotions at bay and not let something like this happen, but I guess what's done is done. I can't seem to shake the way that my heart races when I think about her smile or her touch. However, I know I need to keep these thoughts to myself. Getting attached is obviously a terrible idea. The deal we have with my grandmother is more important than anything. But I can't help thinking of her. We've spent the past few days busy moving back into work mode. Though we're still here in Watersville, our official vacation is now over. Today is the first day at the new office, a space we rented while we get settled in. As I walk into the temporary branch office of Vision Watersville, the bustling energy of the workspace engulfs me. The familiar hum of computers and the soft murmur of conversations fill the air. I settle into my desk, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of her. Over the past few days, I've become increasingly aware of the unusual distance she's been putting between us. It's as if an invisible wall has suddenly emerged, separating us from the once comfortable rapport we shared. Across the room, I catch a glimpse of Amity, now an active member of the design team. She's engrossed in her work, her focus unwavering as she pores over blueprints and sketches. The determined set of her jaw and the intensity in her eyes speak volumes about her dedication to her craft. Yet, despite her physical presence, Amity seems miles away. Every time our paths cross, she skillfully avoids any meaningful interaction, offering only brief, professional nods or polite smiles. The warmth that once radiated from her has now been replaced by a chilling aloofness. 5 days have passed since our intimate encounter, and the avoidance persists. The memory of that night lingers in my mind, a bittersweet reminder of the connection we shared. Now, it seems like a distant dream, overshadowed by the cold reality of Amity's continued evasion. At the same time, I can only wonder if I'm behaving the same, if I'm unaware of any half-hoping attempts to reconnect on her end. Why does love have the power to shroud just as much as it illuminates? I struggle with her behavior, a knot of frustration and confusion tightening in my chest. Her sudden change in demeanor not only affects me personally, but also raises concerns about the potential suspicions it might arouse among the staff, and more importantly, my grandmother. The facade of our relationship is crucial, especially now that my grandmother is on the cusp of signing over the land. I need Amity's cooperation to maintain the illusion of a genuine partnership. Her avoidance threatens to unravel the carefully crafted narrative we've presented to everyone. I can't afford any doubts or questions at this critical juncture. The success of my plan hinges on the believability of our act. Amity's distant behavior risks exposing the cracks in our fabricated story, potentially jeopardizing everything I have worked so hard to achieve. The morning goes by in a hurry, but I can't push her out of my mind. Finally, I decide I have to do something about this. Determined to confront Amity, I search the building, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. Finally, I find her in the storage room, a place cluttered with architectural models and office supplies. The dim light casts shadows on her face as she rummages through a stack of papers. I step inside, closing the door behind me. Amity, we need to talk. She turns around, her eyes widening in surprise. Brian, what are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, I reply, my voice tinged with frustration. Why have you been avoiding me? Amity averts her gaze, busying herself with arranging the supplies on the shelves. I don't know what you're talking about. I've just been focusing on work. I take a step closer, my patience wearing thin. Don't play dumb, Amity. You've been going out of your way to avoid me, and it's not going unnoticed. She remains silent, her back turned to me. Look, I continue, my tone urgent. We need to maintain the credibility of our act. If people start doubting us, it could jeopardize everything. My grandmother is about to sign over the land, and we can't afford any slip-ups. Amity whirls around, her eyes blazing with a mix of hurt and anger. You're the one who created this distance between us, Brian. Ever since that night, you've been the one pulling away. Her words catch me off guard, and I find myself struggling to formulate a response. What are you talking about? Don't act like you don't know, she retorts, her voice trembling. You've been cold and distant, treating me like a mere inconvenience in your grand plan. I shake my head, confusion swirling in my mind. I don't understand. What's going through your mind right now? She lets out a bitter laugh. Of course you don't understand. You're so focused on your own agenda that you can't see what's right in front of you. I step closer, my frustration mounting. Then enlighten me, Amity. What is it that I'm supposedly missing? She hesitates, her eyes searching mine as if debating whether to speak her truth. The tension between us is palpable, the air thick with unspoken emotions. She begins, her voice barely above a whisper. I wait, my heart pounding in my chest, desperate to understand the reason behind her behavior. I love you, Brian, Amity blurts out, her words hanging in the air between us. I didn't mean to, but somewhere along the way I got swept up in our act. I started believing in the lie we were selling to everyone else. Her confession hits me like a thunderbolt, leaving me stunned into silence. I stare at her, my mouth agape as the weight of her words sinks in. Amity, the woman I have been pretending to be in love with, has actually fallen for me. The revelation is both shocking and overwhelming. I have never considered the possibility that our fabricated romance could evolve into something real, at least not for her. My mind races, trying to process the implications of her admission, and a sense of fear grips my heart. I have always prided myself on maintaining a professional demeanor, keeping my emotions in check, and focusing solely on the task at hand. The idea of blurring the lines between our act and reality terrifies me. I can't afford to let my heart lead me astray, not when so much is at stake. I care for Amity. I do. But acting on that would be a mistake. Besides that, I just ended one relationship. I can't seriously consider another one this soon. Look what happened there. No, I have to remain steadfast in my resolve. Professionalism is the only way forward, the only way to ensure that our plan stays on track. I can't let my heart betray me, no matter how tempting the idea of surrendering to my feelings might be. Amity stands before me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, vulnerability etched across her face. She's laid her heart bare, exposing the depth of her feelings in a moment of raw honesty. I struggle to find the right words, and my tongue is tied by the unexpected turn of events. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken emotions and unanswered questions. How have I been so blind to the truth staring me in the face? And more importantly, what does this mean for us and the carefully constructed plan we have set in motion? Steeling myself, I take a deep breath and meet Amity's expectant gaze. Amity, I appreciate your honesty, but this is not something I can deal with right now. We have a job to do, and we can't let personal feelings get in the way. The words feel hollow, even as I speak them, a part of me recoiling at the harshness of my own tone. I watch as the hopeful light in Amity's eyes dims, replaced by a flicker of hurt and disappointment. She swallows hard, her voice trembling as she speaks. I understand. Just forget I said anything. It was a mistake to bring it up. The knife in my own heart twists so violently that I honestly feel this is all some nightmare. Then I remember it's by my own hand. Amity straightens her shoulders, attempting to regain her composure. Let's focus on maintaining our professional relationship. That's what matters most right now. I nod, a sense of unease settling in my chest. As much as I try to convince myself that dismissing her feelings is the right choice, a part of me can't shake the gnawing feeling that I have just made a terrible mistake. Amity turns away from me, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Without another word, she walks out of the storage room, leaving me alone with the weight of her confession and the consequences of my own actions. I stand there, rooted in place, as the sound of her footsteps fades into the distance. Her words echo in my mind, haunting me with the realization of what I have just done. An unexpected ache blooms in my chest, a mixture of regret and longing that I can't quite comprehend. As I stand there, lost in my own thoughts, I can't shake the feeling that I have just made a grave mistake. The ache in my chest grows stronger, a testament to the war raging between my head and my heart. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 24. Amity. The following days in the office are a whirlwind of stress and office activities. The meetings, the deadlines, everything is getting too much to handle, while at the same time, I need to maintain a facade of professionalism. My heart aches with the secret feelings for Brian, but I can't even let a single sign of turmoil show. I have to be the capable designer, the well-respected colleague. There's no room for anything more than that. I need to constantly project the image of the sweet, put-together girl, and that I am in love with Brian. Otherwise, our entire deal would fall down. As the time passes, it starts to become harder and harder, so I need some place to find peace and ease my mind. I retreat to the garden at Brian's grandma's house one day after work, seeking solace among the vibrant plants and delicate flowers. The sweet scent of blooming roses and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze envelop me as I try to hide my tears. I find a secluded bench surrounded by a canopy of green and allow myself to sink into its embrace. As I sit there, the weight of my emotions overwhelms me. The realization of the months ahead, the charade of my engagement to Brian, feels like an impossible burden to bear. How can I continue to pretend, to play the role of a happy fiance, when my heart is so heavy? The tears flow freely now as I question my ability to maintain this facade. What have I gotten myself into? I whisper to the sympathetic flowers, wishing they could offer me the answers I desperately seek. I chastise myself for falling in love with Brian, considering it a foolish mistake. How could I have allowed my heart to be swayed so easily? I know from the beginning that our engagement was merely a means to an end, a business arrangement to secure the land. Yet somewhere along the way, I let my guard down, and now I find myself in this predicament, my emotions entangled in a web of my own making. I try to be angry, but I find only embarrassment in letting this happen to myself. Then, when I swell on that, the sadness takes its place for a while, only for the anger to return. My mind state is a vicious and exhausting cycle. With a deep breath, I compose myself, wiping away the remnants of my tears. I can't afford to let anyone see me in this state. I stand up, smoothing out my clothes and putting on a brave face. Brian is nowhere to be seen, which doesn't surprise me. He's been working hard to avoid me lately. Brian's grandmother is sitting at the kitchen table when I walk into the house. My heart sinks as I realize she's here deliberately waiting for me. Has she discovered our secret? Is she here to confront us about our engagement? With a heavy heart, I prepare myself to face the inevitable. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what is to come, and approach her with a polite smile. "Amity, my dear," she greets me, her tone laced with a mix of warmth and concern. "Please, have a seat." As I settle into the chair across from her, I can feel her perceptive gaze studying me intently. She wastes no time in expressing her concerns about my relationship with Brian, her words cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "I sense that something is amiss between you two," she says, her voice gentle yet firm. "I've known Brian his entire life, and I can tell when he's not being entirely truthful. And you, my dear, seem troubled as well. I hate to lie to this woman, but I made a promise to Brian, and I'm not about to let all our hard work be for nothing, even if it does pain me to pretend." "No, Grandma, everything's fine." I lie with what I hope is a convincing smile. "We're more in love than ever." Brian's grandmother listens intently, her expression unreadable. Then she reaches for a nearby counter and grabs a stack of photographs. She spreads them out on the table before me, and my heart sinks as I realize what they depict. "If your feelings are genuine, then how do you explain these?" she asks, pointing to the pictures. I see images of Brian with his ex-girlfriend, their affection for each other evident in their smiles and embraces. Other photographs show me at work, clearly an employee of Brian's company. You're not his fiance, she points out. I've looked into it. Brian's been dating a girl named Miranda for nearly a year. You just started working for his company recently. So what is going on here? I sit there, stunned by the exposure of our ruse. When Brian's grandmother confronts me directly, asking if our engagement has been a ploy to secure the land, I have no choice but to admit it. You're right, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. At first, it was just a means to an end. We needed the land, and he had broken it off with Miranda. So pretending to be engaged seemed like the easiest way to get it. Brian's grandmother's eyes narrow, disappointment evident in her expression. I feel the weight of my own guilt pressing down on me, the realization of how far we have taken this charade hitting me like a physical blow. At that very moment, the door swings open, and Brian rushes in. His appearance is one of concern and urgency, his eyes darting between his grandmother and me. As Brian approaches the table, his grandma regards him with a look of profound disappointment. Her suspicions, which have been simmering beneath the surface, are now confirmed by the evidence laid out before her. Brian's eyes widen as he takes in the photographs scattered across the table, realizing the gravity of the situation. Grandma, I can explain, he begins, but she holds up her hand, silencing him. There's no need, Brian, she says, her voice heavy with resignation. I'd hoped that my instincts were wrong, but it seems they were right all along. Please wait, I plead, my voice trembling with emotion. There's more to this than you know. As I stand there, my heart pounding in my chest, I meet Brian's grandmother's gaze with unwavering determination. The weight of my confession hangs in the air, the sincerity of my words palpable in the silence that follows. I know our engagement started as a facade, a means to an end, I begin, my voice filled with remorse. And for that I am truly sorry. I never meant to deceive you or anyone else, but as time passed, something changed within me. The moments I shared with Brian, the laughter, the deep conversations, and the quiet understanding that grew between us, it all became real. I can feel Brian's eyes on me, his stare intense and searching. I turn to him, my eyes brimming with emotion. Brian, I know this isn't how we planned things, but I can't deny my feelings any longer. Somewhere along the way, I fell in love with you, truly, deeply, and irrevocably. Brian's expression softens, a flicker of hope dancing in his eyes. His grandmother, however, remains skeptical. She folds her arms across her chest, her gaze piercing through me. And how can we trust your words, Amity? How do we know this isn't just another part of your act? I take a step closer to her, my voice steady and filled with conviction. I understand your doubts, and I don't blame you for them. But I'm standing here, bearing my soul because I can no longer live a lie. My feelings for Brian are genuine, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove that to you. With the weight of my confession still hanging in the air, I know it's time for me to take my leave. I've laid my heart bare, exposing the truth of my feelings for Brian. And now, the outcome of our relationship rests in the hands of fate and the decisions that will follow. I turn to Brian's grandmother, offering her a small, gracious smile. Thank you for hearing me out, I say, my voice soft but steady. I know this is a lot to process, and I understand if you need time to consider everything. Then, I shift my gaze to Brian, my eyes locking with his. In that moment, 1,000 unspoken words pass between us, a mix of hope, uncertainty, and the undeniable love that has blossomed amidst the chaos of our pretense. I should go, I whisper, my heart heavy with the weight of my own resignation. I'm going to get a ride back home. I don't belong here. Whatever happens next, know that my feelings for you are real, Brian. They always will be. I dare to reach out and gently squeeze his forearm. The brief moment of physical contact brings a small comfort to my tumultuous state, reaffirming the hope that somehow this can all work out the way I need it to. Chapter 25. Amity. After the confrontation with Brian and his grandmother, it feels like my entire body is consumed by guilt. I've given my heart to this family, only for it to be shattered that quickly. As much as this hurts me, it seems like my love doesn't truly matter to them in the end. The memories of quiet moments with Brian come flooding back. His warm chuckle, the tender brush of his fingers. Each memory that comes also brings along with it the feeling of anguish. How could I have been so foolish to fall for him? But I can't keep doing this to myself. I have to stop torturing my heart. I start thinking of possible solutions because staying in Watersville would only prolong my agony, surrounding me with constant reminders of what I've lost. I spent the night at a bed and breakfast in town, needing some space from Brian. Today, I now stand in the middle of my office, surveying the scattered remnants of my life in Watersville. The revelation of my fake engagement to Brian has shattered any illusions I have about staying here. With a heavy heart, I make the decision to leave my job at Vizian and bid farewell to this town that has briefly felt like home. Methodically, I begin packing my few belongings. Each one I pick up brings me closer to the inevitable departure. I fight back tears, determined to maintain my composure. "You can do this, Amity," I whisper to myself, my voice echoing in the barren space. It's time to move on. With every item packed, my resolve grows stronger. I need a clean break, a fresh start away from the constant reminders of what could have been. Watersville holds nothing for me now, and I refuse to linger in the shadows of a shattered dream. With my belongings packed and ready, I sit at my desk to write my resignation letter. The blank paper stares back at me, a daunting canvas for the words that will seal my decision to leave. I take a deep breath and begin to write, pouring my heart onto the page. I express my gratitude for the opportunities Vision has provided me, but also my need to move on, to find a new path for myself. Each word feels like a weight lifted from my shoulders, a step closer to closure. As I sign my name at the bottom of the letter, a sense of finality washes over me. This is it, the end of my chapter in Watersville. I fold the letter carefully and slip it into an envelope, ready to deliver it to Brian. I make my way to Brian's office, my heart heavy with the knowledge that this will be the last time I walk these hallways. When I arrive, I find his office empty, his desk untouched. Confusion and concern fill my mind as I ask a passing colleague about his whereabouts. "Haven't you heard?" she says, her voice laced with sympathy. "Brian's grandmother was hospitalized last night. He's been by her side ever since." The news hits me like a punch to the gut. Brian's grandmother, the woman who once welcomed me so warmly, is now facing a health crisis. Guilt gnaws at my insides, mingling with the concern I feel for Brian and his family. They have shown me warmth and acceptance, even if our engagement has been a facade. I can't help but feel like I'm abandoning them in their time of need. But at the same time, the exposure of our fake relationship has shattered any hopes I have for a future here. With a heavy heart, I realize that my resolve to leave has only solidified. I can't stay. Not when the very foundations of my life in Watersville have crumbled. The dreams I briefly entertained, the life I imagined with Brian, are now nothing more than distant fantasies. I quietly say goodbye to those hopes, to the future that seemed so tantalizingly close. The laughter-filled dinners with Brian's family, the stolen moments of tenderness between us, the promise of a love that could have been. All of it fades away, replaced by the stark reality of my imminent departure. With my resignation letter left on Brian's desk, I quietly slip out of the office. I can't bear the thought of facing my colleagues, of seeing the pity or judgment in their eyes. Instead, I head straight for the company accommodation, where my packed belongings await me. As I step into the familiar space, I'm confronted by the physical representation of my tenure of vision. Boxes line the walls, each one filled with the remnants of my life here. Clothes, books, and personal items, all neatly packed and ready for another move. It's a stark reminder of the transience of my time in Watersville, of how easily I can pack up and leave. I run my fingers along the edges of the boxes, feeling the roughness of the cardboard beneath my fingertips. Each box holds memories, both good and bad, of my experiences at Vision. The late nights spent working on projects, the laughter shared with colleagues, the moments of frustration and triumph. All of it is now reduced to these neatly stacked containers, ready to be loaded into a moving truck and transported to an unknown destination. As I stand amidst the boxes, a wave of emotion washes over me. This is the end of this chapter, the closing of a door that once held so much promise. I poured my heart and soul into this job, into this life, only to have it unravel before my eyes. The knowledge that my debts are cleared should bring me relief, but instead, it only adds to the weight of my guilt. Brian has been my savior, my knight in shining armor, and I am repaying him by running away, by leaving him to face his grandmother's health crisis alone. The thought makes my stomach churn, and I feel a lump forming in my throat. I try to focus on the practicality of my situation, on the fact that my belongings are already packed and ready to go. It should make the process of leaving easier, but it does little to ease the emotional burden that presses down upon me. As I stand there gazing at the boxes, I can't help but feel like I'm betraying Brian, betraying the trust and support he has given me. The urge to stay, to unpack my boxes and face the consequences of my actions, grows stronger with each passing moment. Amidst the sea of boxes, I feel the weight of my emotions crashing down upon me. The tears I have been holding back finally break free, streaming down my cheeks in hot, salty rivulets. I sink to the floor, my back pressed against the cold, hard surface of a box, and allow myself to grieve the relationship and the life I'm leaving behind. I foolishly allowed myself to believe that our fake engagement could blossom into something real, that the spark between us could ignite into a lasting flame. But now those hopes lay shattered at my feet, scattered among the boxes that hold the remnants of my life in Watersville. I clutch my knees to my chest, my body shaking with silent sobs. The pain in my heart is a tangible thing, a searing ache that consumes me from the inside out. I mourn the loss of a future that has seemed so close, so attainable. I grieve for the love that could have been, for the happiness that has slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. As the tears subside, a hollow resignation settles over me. I know I have to leave, to put distance between myself and the source of my pain. With a shaky breath, I wipe away the last of my tears and push myself to my feet. I can't linger here any longer, can't allow myself to be consumed by the memories and the heartache. Resigned to my fate, I gather my resolve and prepare to depart. I will leave Watersville behind, leave the shattered pieces of my heart, scattered across every inch of the town I've grown to love. I will start anew, far away from the reminders of what could have been. With a final glance around the room, I steel myself for the journey ahead, eager to escape the pain that has taken root in my soul.
Chapter 26. Brian. As the hospital visiting hours come to an abrupt end, I reluctantly leave Grandma's side. I can't help but feel her condition is my fault, and that thought, inevitably, leads me back to Amity. The weight of my guilt feels heavy on my shoulders after the harsh dismissal of her confession. I know I've been unnecessarily cruel, but it's unintentional. Admitting any kind of feeling feels like a risk I can't afford to take. My mind keeps coming back to that last confrontation. My inability to speak or to say the right thing is something that is going to haunt my entire life. Even though our engagement started out as a ruse, something deeper has blossomed between us, whether I'm ready to accept it or not. A part of me, the romantic side, wants to chase after her, gather her in my arms, and reassure her that she isn't alone in catching those feelings. But I can't. I won't. Even as my heart protests my decision, screaming that I'm making a huge mistake letting her go, I can't make myself say anything. I step into my office, my mind already preoccupied with the day's tasks, when my eyes fall upon an envelope on my desk. Curiosity piqued. I pick it up and carefully open it, only to find Amity's resignation letter inside. As I read her words, a profound sense of loss washes over me, as if a part of my world has suddenly crumbled away. Without a second thought, I rush out of the office, my heart pounding in my chest. I head straight for the office, desperate to find any clues that might lead me to Amity. As I step into the building, I'm greeted by the hushed whispers and curious glances of my colleagues. I ignore them, focused solely on my search. I make my way to Amity's desk, only to find it empty, her personal belongings nowhere to be seen. A sense of dread creeps up my spine as I realize that she has completely severed ties with Vision. I turn to her colleagues, hoping for answers, but they merely shake their heads, as clueless as I am. As I stand there, lost in thought, I overhear a conversation that makes my blood run cold. "Did you hear about Brian and Amity?" one colleague whispers. Apparently, their whole relationship was fake, just a publicity stunt. I feel the weight of their words crushing me. Our faux relationship, which started as a means to an end, has now become the talk of the company. The rumors have spread like wildfire, and I can feel the judging eyes of my co-workers boring into me. I retreat to my office, my mind reeling from the revelation. How has our secret been exposed? Who leaked the information? Questions swirl in my head, but one thought remains constant. I have to find Amity, no matter the cost. I call Haynes into my office, desperate for answers. He enters, a grim expression on his face, and closes the door behind him. "What happened?" I demand, my voice strained with emotion. Haynes sighs, running a hand through his hair. "It was a competitor," he reveals. "They somehow got wind of your fake engagement and leaked the information to the press. It's all over the news." I slam my fist on the desk, anger and frustration coursing through my veins. How could someone stoop so low as to expose our private arrangement? I feel betrayed, violated, and utterly helpless. But even as the rage consumes me, a single thought cuts through the chaos. Amity. My heart aches for her, knowing that she must be going through hell right now. The scandal would have hit her just as hard, if not harder, than it has hit me. "I need to find her, Haynes," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "I need to make sure she's okay." Haynes nods, understanding in his eyes. "I'll do everything I can to help, but you need to be prepared for the fallout. The media will be all over this, and it won't be pretty." I know he's right, but right now I don't care about the consequences. All that matters is finding Amity and ensuring her well-being. I have to fix this, no matter the cost. I know that if I have any hope of finding Amity, I need to gather every piece of information I can. I spend hours poring over her employee records, searching for any clues that might point me in the right direction. Chapter 27. Brian. The thought of having such a wonderful person like Amity disappearing from my life causes a sickening churn deep in my gut. In my mind, I thought some distance was for the best after her gut-wrenching confession, but I was wrong. Oh, so wrong. Memories of her warm smile filled with laughter haunt my every turn, and it's as if my mind is telling me to go look for her. The rational side of my brain insists this aching sense of loss is merely the byproduct of our tangled history. But I'm sure my heart knows better. I frantically comb through Amity's personal records in the company's archives, my heart racing with each click of the mouse. How is she coping? Where has she gone? The questions swirl in my mind, each one more urgent than the last. As I consider Amity's situation, another troubling thought creeps into my mind. Given our complicated history and the rumors that have been circulating at the company, it's likely that Amity's social circle has dwindled. The thought of her giving up her job, as well as being unable to confide in friends or seek their support, makes my stomach churn with guilt and regret. If only I had been more cautious, more discreet in our interactions, perhaps she wouldn't have been subjected to the relentless scrutiny and judgment of others. As I sit lost in thought, the sound of rain pattering against the office windows snaps me back to reality. I glance outside, watching as the droplets streak down the glass. At that moment, a sense of urgency overtakes me. I can't just sit there, paralyzed by my own fears and regrets. I have to find Amity to make sure she is safe. Without a second thought, I grab my coat and keys, rushing out of the office and into the elevator. As I descend to the ground floor, my heart pounds in my chest, fueled by a desperate need to take action. The rain has intensified by the time I reach my car, but I hardly notice as I slide behind the wheel and pull out. I drive aimlessly, my eyes scanning the sidewalks for any sign of Amity. She could be waiting at a bus station or train depot for a ride back to the city. The windshield wipers work furiously to keep up with the downpour, but my vision remains clear, focused solely on my search. I need her more than ever, even more than I did when I summoned her into my office for starting this damned arrangement. Before I know it, I am back home. I've barely even processed my new location when I realize I'm on a familiar road. In fact, I'm just outside the park near my penthouse in the city. I pull over, my eyes straining through the rain-streaked windows. And there, sitting alone on a bench, her clothes drenched and her shoulders hunched against the cold, is Amity. Relief and apprehension battle within me as I step out of the car, ready to confront the woman who has captured my heart and the consequences of our complicated past. As I approach the bench, my heart racing, I can't take my eyes off Amity. She looks so small and vulnerable, her usually pristine appearance replaced by a rain-soaked figure. Her hair clings to her face and her clothes are drenched, emphasizing the fragility of her frame. In that moment, all the guilt and confusion I'm feeling melts away, replaced by an overwhelming need to protect her. I quicken my pace, closing the distance between us in a matter of seconds. Amity looks up, startled by my sudden presence. Her eyes widen as she recognizes me, a mix of surprise and something else. Relief, perhaps, flickering across her face. "Amity!" I call out, my voice barely audible above the pounding rain. "What are you doing out here? You're soaked to the bone!" She opens her mouth to respond, but no words come out. Instead, a sob escapes her lips, and tears begin to mingle with the raindrops on her cheeks. I can't bear to see her like this, so broken and alone. Without hesitation, I close the remaining distance and kneel before her, my own clothes instantly soaked. "I've been searching for you everywhere," I confess, my voice raw with emotion. "I've been driving around the city for hours, hoping to find you. Why are you out in this storm?" Amity's eyes search mine, desperately seeking the truth behind my words. The rain continues to pour around us, but in that moment, nothing else matters. Her lower lip trembles as she speaks, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel so lost. I have nowhere to go, no job, no one to turn to. I'm so alone." The pain in her voice shatters my heart into a million pieces. I can't bear to see her like this, so broken and defeated. I reach out, gently brushing a wet strand of hair from her face. "You're not alone, Amity. You have me. I know things have been complicated between us, but I promise you I will always be here for you, no matter what." A flicker of hope dances in her eyes, a faint glimmer amidst the despair. I can't resist any longer. I pull her into my arms, holding her close as the rain continues to soak through our clothes. Her body melts into mine, her head resting against my chest as she clings to me like a lifeline. I don't want to let go. I don't want to lose this girl ever again. "I'm so sorry, Amity," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "I never should have let you walk away. I should have fought for you, for us. I've been such a fool, but I promise you, I won't make that mistake again." My apologies mingle with the rain, each word a desperate plea for forgiveness. I hold her tighter, as if my embrace could shield her from the pain and uncertainty that has brought her to this moment. In that instant, nothing else matters. Not the company, not the rumors, not the obstacles that have torn us apart. All that matters is Amity, and my unwavering determination to stand by her side, come what may. As we hold each other in the pouring rain, the intensity of the moment grows. My heart pounds in my chest, fueled by the overwhelming love and regret that consumes me. I pull back slightly, looking deep into Amity's eyes, my own vision blurred by the raindrops and tears. Amity, I need you to know. I begin, my voice trembling with emotion. I love you. I've loved you for so long, but I was too afraid to admit it. I've made so many mistakes, but I'm here now and I'm not going anywhere. Oh, please, forgive me. Give me a chance to make things right. Let me love you the way you deserve to be loved. My heartfelt confession hangs in the air between us, a promise of hope amidst the storm.
Chapter 28. Amity. Brian and I return to his penthouse, seeking shelter from the rain and all the turmoil that has surrounded us. He leads me to the bathroom and begins running a hot bath for me. I am drenched and shivering. He tenderly helps me undress, and holding my hand for support, he helps me into the tub filled with warm water. As my body sinks into the tub, I inhale deeply, letting the water surround me with its warmth until I finally stop shivering. Would you like to join me? I ask hopefully. Tempting as that is, I have to say no. This isn't about me right now. Let me take care of you. He replies firmly as he snaps the top back on a bottle of shampoo and begins to wash my hair. The sensation is invigorating and sends shivers running down my back as he massages, detangles, and rinses my hair with a gentleness I'd never experienced. When he finishes, he conditions my hair with the same methodical ease. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Brian. As the pale rays of the morning sun come through the curtains and fall on my face, I turn around and see Amity. Her body's curves go up and down, reminding me that she is real and that she is there with me. A faint smile comes and fills my lips, and I can't stop but notice how well her body fits against mine. This is it. This is how everything is supposed to be, with her here in my room, with the rest of our lives ahead of us. Last night was a rediscovery of our passion and emotions, and it feels like it was a homecoming. I feel at home with her in my arms. She's finally back with me, and I couldn't be happier about it. This goes beyond just the physical aspect. We seem to be mentally, emotionally, and spiritually connected with one another. Our souls are finally back in harmonious sync, like two celestial bodies realigning their cosmic orbits. I get up carefully so as not to disturb Amity's peaceful slumber. The events of the previous day spin through my mind as I quietly slip out of bed and make my way to the kitchen. I know I have to make things right, and the first step is to ensure Amity has a nourishing breakfast before I leave to face the consequences of our actions. As I crack eggs into a bowl and whisk them with a fork, I can't help but marvel at the way my feelings for Amity have grown. What starts as a mere pretense has blossomed into something real and precious. The aroma of brewing coffee and sizzling bacon fills the penthouse, and I find myself smiling despite the challenges that lie ahead. With breakfast prepared and arranged on a tray, I step into the bedroom and take a moment to gaze at Amity's sleeping form. Her chestnut hair fans out across the pillow, and her lips are slightly parted, soft breaths escaping them. My heart swells with affection, and I know that I will do whatever it takes to protect her. Placing the tray on the bedside table, I leave a gentle kiss on her forehead before whispering to her, "I'll make this right, my love. I promise." With renewed determination, I leave the penthouse and head straight for the company. The weight of my impending announcement settles in my chest, but I know it's the only way forward. As I stride through the familiar halls, I rehearse the words I will say, the words that will exonerate Amity and place the blame solely on my shoulders. As I stand before the gathered reporters and colleagues, my heart races with a mixture of nerves and determination. I clear my throat and begin the statement that will change everything. I stand before you today to accept full responsibility for involving Amity in a fake engagement, I say, my voice steady despite the weight of my words. It was my idea, and I alone bear the burden of this deception. I'm willing to resign from my position if necessary, as I understand the gravity of my actions. The room falls silent, the only sound being the clicking of cameras and the scratching of pens on paper. I take a deep breath, knowing that the next part of my statement will be the most crucial. However, I must also acknowledge that during the course of our pretense, something unexpected and beautiful happened. I continue, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Our fake engagement evolved into a genuine love, a love that has transformed both of our lives. What started as a mere ruse has become a true and valid relationship, one that I cherish with all my heart. I can feel the energy in the room shift, the reporters leaning forward in their seats, their eyes wide with surprise and intrigue. I know my words will be dissected and analyzed, but I don't care. All that matters is that the truth is finally out in the open. Amity is not just my fiance in name, but in every sense of the word, I declare, my voice filled with conviction. Our love is real, and I will do everything in my power to protect and nurture it, no matter the consequences. As the weight of my words settles over the room, I brace myself for the fallout. I know that my admission could cost me my position, but I am prepared to accept the consequences. However, what happens next catches me completely off guard. Our board president, Mr. Jenkins, steps forward, his expression a mixture of understanding and determination. "Brian, your honesty and integrity are commendable," he says, placing a firm hand on my shoulder. "While your actions may have been misguided, your willingness to take responsibility and rectify the situation speaks volumes about your character." I hold my breath, unsure of what will come next. Jenkins continues, "I insist that you continue in your role, Brian. Your dedication and hard work have been invaluable to this company. However, I expect you to work diligently to make amends and rebuild any trust that may have been lost." Relief washes over me, and I feel a surge of gratitude towards Jenkins. His support and belief in me mean more than I can express. "Thank you, sir," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. "I won't let you down. I promise to do everything in my power to make things right." With a newfound sense of purpose, I thank him once more and make my way out of the conference room, eager to return to the warmth and comfort of Amity's embrace. As I step into the penthouse, I find Amity curled up on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the tablet in her hands. The soft glow of the screen illuminates her face, and I can see the worry etched into her delicate features. She looks up as I approach, her eyes searching mine for answers. "Brian," she whispers, her voice trembling slightly. "I just saw your company announcement. Why did you do it? Why did you take all the blame?" I sit down beside her, taking her hands in mine. "Amity, my love," I begin, my thumb gently caressing her knuckles. "I did it because I couldn't bear the thought of you suffering any consequences for our actions. This whole situation was my idea, and it's my responsibility to make it right." Amity's eyes glisten with unshed tears. "But you could lose everything. Your position, your reputation. I can't let you sacrifice so much for me." I pull her into my arms, holding her close. Amity, listen to me, I say, my voice firm but gentle. I would sacrifice anything to protect you. You are the most important thing in my life, and I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe and happy. She buries her face in my chest, her tears dampening my shirt. I don't deserve you, Brian. You're too good to me. I tilt her chin up, forcing her to meet my gaze. You deserve the world, and I intend to give it to you. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. I promise you I will always be by your side, protecting you and loving you with every fiber of my being. Amity's lips curve into a watery smile, and she leans in to capture my lips in a tender kiss. At that moment, I know that as long as I have her love, I can overcome any obstacle that stands in my way. I love you, we both exchange between each kiss, the words sealing our commitment to one another. As we pull apart from the kiss, I can't help but smile at the love and trust shining in Amity's eyes. The weight of the world seems to lift from my shoulders, knowing that we have each other to lean on. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment. I'm so grateful for his support and for you, Brian. I don't know what I'd do without you. I press a gentle kiss to her forehead before taking a deep breath. There's one more thing, Amity. I need to go to Watersville. I need to check on my grandmother and talk to her and my relatives. I want to make sure there's no animosity towards you, no misunderstandings about our relationship. Amity sits up straighter, her expression determined. I'm coming with you, Brian. We're in this together, remember? I want to be by your side when you face your family. I feel a surge of love and pride for the incredible woman before me. Are you sure it might not be easy? She takes my hand in hers, lacing our fingers together. I'm sure. Wherever you go, I go. We'll face whatever comes our way, together. I pull her into a tight embrace, marveling at the strength and courage of the woman I love. With Amity by my side, I know we can overcome any challenge that lies ahead. Brian, we're a team now, she says, her voice filled with conviction. Your family, your challenges, they're mine too. We'll face them together, as a united front. I won't let you go through this alone. Her words resonate deep within me, and I feel a lump form in my throat. Amity, I don't know what to say. Having you with me, it means more than you could ever imagine. She smiles, her eyes shining with love and understanding. You don't have to say anything, Brian. Just know that I'm here, and I always will be. No matter what happens in Watersville, we'll get through it together. I nod, my heart swelling with gratitude and adoration for the incredible woman before me. Together, I echo, squeezing her hand. With our hearts aligned and our resolve unshakable, Amity and I begin to prepare for our journey to Watersville. As we pack our bags and make the necessary arrangements, I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation and nervousness. Confronting my family about our relationship will be no easy feat, but with Amity by my side, I know we can weather any storm.
Chapter 30. Amity. As we set out on the road to Watersville to face Brian's relatives and his grandmother, who is in a hospital, the sun casts a warm glow. I take it as a good sign. Brian's strong profile is illuminated by the golden light, and I can't help but admire the man beside me. He has the strength and unwavering determination to make things right, and this makes my heart flutter. He notices me staring at him. What is it? I quickly respond as if I were in awe. Nothing. I'm just admiring the view. He reaches his hand over to mine, and he gives it an affectionate squeeze. Brian's face lights up, his eyes wrinkle at the corners as his grin widens. Is that so? He brings my hand to his lips and kisses it in the purest form there is. The road to Watersville is uneventful, but we both have something important on our minds. How will his family react to us? This becomes even more worrying as we enter the hospital. I take a deep breath as Brian and I stand outside his grandmother's hospital room, our hands clasped tightly together. The weight of the impending conversation hangs heavy in the air, and my heart races with anticipation. Brian's thumb gently caresses the back of my hand, a silent reassurance that we're in this together. As we step into the room, the tension is palpable. The space is crowded with Brian's relatives, their faces etched with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The beeping of the heart monitor and the hushed whispers create an eerie backdrop to the scene. I scan the room, taking in the tired eyes and furrowed brows of his family members. Brian's grandmother lays on the hospital bed, her frail form nearly swallowed by the stark white sheets. Her eyes, though weary, hold a glimmer of warmth as she spots us entering. The room falls silent as Brian clears his throat, drawing everyone's attention. I feel the weight of their gazes upon us, and my palms grow clammy with nerves. Brian squeezes my hand, a gentle reminder that we are united in this moment. I step forward, my voice steady and clear as I begin to speak. I know our relationship started off as a pretense, I admit, my gaze sweeping across the room. But somewhere along the way, amidst the laughter and the shared moments, something real blossomed between us. I turn to Brian, my eyes locking with his. The love we share now is genuine, born from a deep understanding and appreciation for each other. It may have started as a facade, but it has evolved into something beautiful and true. Brian nods, his expression softening as he regards his family. We know the gravity of our actions, and we understand the hurt and disappointment you must feel. But we are here today, standing before you, to ask for your forgiveness and understanding. I join Brian, our hands intertwined once more. We are willing to be patient, to earn back your trust, and prove the sincerity of our love. We acknowledge the mistakes we've made and the pain we've caused, but we also hope that you can see the genuine connection we share. The room falls silent, the weight of our words hanging in the air. I search the faces of Brian's relatives, looking for a glimmer of understanding or compassion. We know the road to forgiveness will be long, but we're prepared to walk it together, hand in hand. With a gentle squeeze of my hand, Brian releases his grip and begins to move through the room. He approaches each family member, his eyes filled with sincerity and remorse. I watch as he stands before his aunt, taking her hands in his own. "I know I've let you down," he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. "But I'm here to make things right, to seek your forgiveness for the deceit we've perpetrated." He moves to his uncle, placing a hand on the older man's shoulder. "I understand the trust I've broken, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to earn it back. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused, and I hope you can find it in your heart to absolve me of my wrongdoings." As Brian makes his way around the room, I can't help but feel a swell of pride and admiration for his courage and humility. He is laying his heart bare, exposing his vulnerabilities in the name of reconciliation. Finally, Brian stands before his grandmother, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Grandma," he begins, his voice trembling, "I know how much the family land means to you, to all of us. And I want you to know that I value our family above all else." He takes a deep breath, his shoulders squared with resolve. "That's why I'm renouncing my ambitions to develop the land. I realize now that preserving our heritage, traditions, and the bonds we share is far more important than any business venture." As Brian's words settle into the hearts of his family members, a palpable shift occurs in the room. "Why don't we leave you two alone with Grandma?" George says, giving us both a meaningful look. One by one, the relatives begin to exit, their expressions softening with understanding and a glimmer of hope. They file out quietly, leaving me, Brian, and his grandmother alone in the hospital room. The silence that follows is heavy with emotion, but it's a different kind of weight than before. It's a weight of intimacy, of the unspoken love and connection that binds us together. Brian pulls up a chair beside his grandmother's bed, and I settle in next to him, our hands finding each other once more. His grandmother looks at us, her eyes filled with a wisdom that only comes with a lifetime of experience. "Brian," she begins, her voice soft yet firm, "all I've ever wanted for you is happiness and fulfillment in life. That's been my primary concern, above all else." She reaches out, her wrinkled hand resting gently on Brian's cheek. "I've watched you grow into the man you are today, and I've seen the struggles and challenges you've faced. But I've also seen the joy and contentment that Amity has brought into your life, even if that was faked at first." Brian leans into his grandmother's touch, his eyes glistening with tears. "Grandma, I'm sorry for not being honest with you from the start, but I want you to know that Amity is my happiness, my fulfillment. She's the one I want to spend my life with." His grandmother's eyes soften, a smile gracing her lips as she looks between Brian and me. "I can see the love you two share, and I recognize the authentic joy that Amity has brought you, Brian," she says, her voice filled with warmth. "And for that, I offer my forgiveness." Tears spill down my cheeks as I listen to her words, a wave of relief and gratitude washing over me. Brian's hand tightens around mine, his own emotions mirroring my own. "Thank you, Grandma," he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. "Your forgiveness means the world to us." At that moment, the barriers that have once separated us crumble away, and we are left with the raw, unfiltered love that binds us together. Brian stands up, gently pulling me with him, and we move closer to his grandmother's bedside. Without hesitation, we envelop her in a heartfelt embrace, our arms wrapping around each other in a display of pure, unadulterated affection. Tears flow freely as we hold on to one another, the weight of the past dissolving in the face of the love and acceptance that surrounds us. I feel the warmth of Brian's grandmother's embrace, the strength of Brian's arms around me, and the overwhelming sense of belonging that fills my heart. At that moment, I know that I have found my place, my family, and my forever. As we hold each other, the bonds of family solidify, unbreakable and eternal. The path ahead may be uncertain, but one thing is clear. We will face it together, united in love and forgiveness. As we pull back from the embrace, Brian's grandmother's eyes sparkle with a mixture of tears and pure joy. She takes my hand in hers, her grip gentle yet firm. "Amity, my dear," she begins, her voice filled with warmth. "I want you to know that you have my blessing. I wish you and Brian a lifetime of happiness together." Her words strike a chord deep within me, and I feel a fresh wave of emotions wash over me. The acceptance and love that radiates from her fills my heart to the brim, and I can't help but smile through the tears that stream down my face. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice trembling with gratitude. "Your blessing means everything to me, to us." Brian's arm tightens around my waist, pulling me closer to him. I lean into his embrace, feeling the steady beat of his heart against my own. In that moment, I realize that I have found more than just love. I have found a family. Overwhelmed by the acceptance and warmth that surrounds me, I allow myself to fully claim my new place within Brian's family. I join in the embrace once more, my arms encircling both Brian and his grandmother, holding them close to my heart. As Brian and I emerge from the hospital room, hand in hand, we're greeted by the sight of Brian's relatives waiting for us. Their faces are no longer etched with tension or disappointment, but rather with understanding and love. One by one, they open their arms to us, welcoming us back into the fold. I feel the warmth of their hugs, the sincerity of their words, and the overwhelming sense of belonging that fills the air. At that moment, I know that I have found my forever home, my place within this beautiful, imperfect family. And as I look into Brian's eyes, I see the promise of a future filled with love, laughter, and endless possibilities.
Chapter 31. Brian. As the family blessings turn into the murmur of conversation, Amity whispers to me, "Thanks for not giving up on me. You're everything I've ever wanted, but never hoped for. We made it. Nothing can stop us now." I say with reassurance, while looking her in the eyes as if I am looking straight into her soul. For a moment I stand still. I admire her for who she is and how far we've come. After too many painful revelations, we've emerged stronger, more committed to one another, and hopelessly in love. Our bond is unbreakable, and I would go to the ends of the world for this girl. In the months that follow, our lives settle into a comfortable rhythm. Amity has returned to work at Vision's Watersville branch, with one of her designs having been selected for development. I couldn't be more proud of her accomplishments and the way she pours her heart into her work. Her dedication and creativity never cease to amaze me, and I find myself falling more in love with her every day. As for me, I find myself increasingly involved in the expansion of our company. We're on the cusp of opening a new building, a testament to the hard work and dedication of our entire team. The anticipation is palpable, and I find myself counting down the days until the grand opening. Late nights at the office become more frequent, but Amity's unwavering support and understanding make the long hours bearable. On the morning of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I awake with a sense of nervous excitement. Today is not only a significant day for the company, but also for Amity and me. I have been planning this moment for weeks, carefully orchestrating every detail to ensure it will be a memory we will cherish forever. As I stand before the mirror adjusting my tie, Amity walks up behind me, her eyes sparkling with pride. She wears a stunning deep blue dress that hugs her curves in all the right places, her hair cascading down her back in soft waves. "You look handsome," she says, placing a gentle kiss on my cheek. Her lips, soft and warm against my skin, send a shiver down my spine. "Are you ready for the big day?" I turn to face her, taking her hands. Her delicate fingers intertwine with mine, a perfect fit. "More than ready. I have a feeling today is going to be a day we'll never forget," I reply, my voice filled with anticipation and love. We arrive at the new building, the sun shining brightly overhead. The structure stands tall and impressive, its glass facade reflecting the clear blue sky. A crowd has gathered, eagerly awaiting the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I spot my family in the crowd, their faces beaming with pride. My grandmother, her eyes glistening with tears of joy, wears an expression of pure happiness. Amity's colleagues are there too, offering their support and congratulations. As the ceremony begins, I step forward, the ribbon and oversized scissors in hand. I clear my throat, ready to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today to celebrate this momentous occasion," I begin, my voice carrying across the gathered audience. The opening of this new building represents not only the growth of our company, but also the unwavering dedication and hard work of every single person standing here today. I pause, my eyes scanning the crowd before landing on Amity. Her eyes, filled with love and admiration, meet mine, and at that moment I know I'm making the right decision. But there's one person in particular who has been my rock, my inspiration, and my guiding light throughout this journey. "Amity, would you please join me up here?" Amity's eyes widen in surprise, but she makes her way to the front. The crowd parts, creating a path for her as she walks towards me, her dress flowing gracefully with each step. I take her hand, my heart racing as I prepare to ask the question I have been longing to ask. "Amity, you have been by my side through every challenge and every triumph," I continue, my voice filled with emotion. "Your love, your strength, and your unwavering support have meant the world to me. I cannot imagine my life without you." I reach into my pocket, retrieving a small velvet box. Gasps and murmurs ripple through the crowd as I drop to one knee, opening the box to reveal a new, sparkling diamond ring. I wanted one that was picked just for her, one that didn't have the memory of our original deceit. The ring, a symbol of our love and commitment, catches the sunlight, casting a dazzling array of colors. Amity, will you make me the happiest man alive? Will you marry me? I ask, my voice trembling with anticipation and hope. Tears stream down Amity's face as she nods, her voice trembling with emotion. Yes, Brian. Yes, I will marry you, she exclaims, her words filled with joy and love. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause as I slip the ring onto her finger, rising to my feet to pull her into a passionate kiss. Her lips meet mine, soft and inviting, as we pour all our love and emotions into that single moment. In that instant, the world around us fades away, and all that matters is the love we share and the future we will build together. As we turn to face the crowd hand in hand, I know that this is just the beginning of our happily ever after. With Amity by my side, I'm ready to take on whatever challenges life has in store for us, secure in the knowledge that our love will conquer all. And the best part about it all? That the marriage is for real this time. The ribbon-cutting ceremony continues, with Amity and I sharing the honor of cutting the ribbon together. As the scissors slice through the fabric, symbolizing the official opening of the new building, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment. Not only have we achieved a significant milestone in our professional lives, but we've also taken a monumental step in our personal journey together, even if we've done this once before. As the celebration carries on, I find myself lost in moments of reflection. The laughter and chatter of the guests fades into the background as my mind wanders to the day I first meet Amity. I remember the challenges we've faced, the obstacles we've overcome, and the love that has grown stronger with each passing day. We have weathered storms together, our bond tested by the trials of life, yet we emerge stronger, more resilient, and more deeply in love than ever before. Looking at her now, her face radiant with happiness, I know that I've found my soulmate, my partner in every sense of the word. The way her eyes sparkle as she laughs, the way her smile lights up the room, the way her presence fills my heart with an indescribable warmth. All of it reminds me of how incredibly lucky I am to have her by my side. The evening draws to a close, and as we bid farewell to the guests for the opening ceremony, Amity and I find ourselves alone, basking in the afterglow of the day's events. She wraps her arms around me, her head resting against my chest. I can feel the steady rhythm of her heartbeat, a soothing melody that echoes my own. I can't believe this is real, she whispers, her voice filled with wonder. I'm going to be your wife. Her words, spoken with such tenderness and love, send a surge of emotion through my body. I tilt her chin up, gazing into her eyes. Those eyes, the very same ones that have captivated me from the moment we met, now shimmer with unshed tears of joy. And I'm going to be your husband. I promise to love you, to cherish you, and to stand by your side, no matter what the future holds, I reply, my words a solemn vow. I mean every syllable, every promise, with every fiber of my being. She smiles, a smile that holds the promise of a lifetime of love and happiness. I love you, Brian, more than words could ever express, she whispers, her voice barely audible above the gentle breeze that rustles through the trees. I love you too, Amity. You are my forever, my always, I reply, my voice thick with emotion. As we walk hand in hand into the night, the stars twinkling above us, I know that our love story is far from over. It is just the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with endless possibilities and a love that will endure through the ages. The path ahead is uncertain, but with Amity by my side, I am ready to embrace whatever the future has in store.